Holy landlubbers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. So if you were here last week, when we finished Super Mario RPG, let's just say there's been a little bit of a change of plans. This past week has been one of the most unpleasant and demanding in recent memory for certain. And I'm not feeling my best, and I'm not super interested in trying to battle the technical issues inherent to a new game that's relatively untested. I did try to do some setup for Quaint Undying Thoughts, which I do anticipate playing through fairly soon on the channel. But yeah, it seems like it also might run the risk of some amount of motion sickness, so that might take some additional trial and error, and just none of that sounds particularly interesting to me. And after running it by most of the usual folks who joined for last night's finale of Telltale's Sam & Max Season 1, everyone seemed to be interested in some Dorfromantik, which sounds pretty good to me. Daylight saving time, hour shifting should be removed. Dude, listen, I know I'm like old man yells at cloud, but like I've been saying this for years now. Like I know that there have been people who've been on that cause for like much longer than I have, but like I cannot get over how frustrating it is to live in Southern California, where like almost every single time like an election of any sort happens, there's like some docket, some like proposition or whatever that's like, please for real stop daylight saving time, and it always passes with like 500% of the vote. Like corpses be shambling out of their graves to stop daylight saving time, and the government keeps being like, got it, do nothing, loud and clear, understood. But like on that same subject, I can't help but notice that the lighting in this room seems more insane than usual. It's just like super bright back here. And I don't think it's related to the fact that I have to play Dorfromantik full screen to make it work right now, which I also don't understand. But like, it's just like none of this helps anyone. I forget if I complained about this on stream or off stream when, was it like last Friday? Like, Spirit She-Wolf like came into chat and was like, by the way, like daylight saving time. I'm like, first off, absolutely flew past me that was coming up so quickly. It seems insane. And then like secondly, just like super mad about it because I feel like we just got into the groove of like where I was happy with like the sun's placement relative to the earth in the day. Cause like I don't when I'm working from home, like, it's really nice to not have to have, like, intense overhead lights on. It's a big plus over, like, working in the office environment that I used to pre-pandemic. But, like, it's pretty much the thing I have to do when daylight saving shifts and suddenly it's dark in the morning again, when it was just fine yesterday. Makes me mad. Makes me super mad. On the subject of daylight saving time, Neko has accounted for our negligence as a nation. Welcome to you, Neko. Good to see you here. I'm glad that you are excited for some Dorfromantik. You know, I still haven't gotten any acknowledgement from anyone whether that new sound adjustment for those alerts is improved. I'm just gonna assume it is, or someone would say something. Although, frankly, I'm pretty sure they were much too loud for much too long, and no one said anything that either, so I don't know. I don't know nothing. We'll see. First, if it's working. Okay, promising. And then secondly, we'll just see how long we go, because it's randomized to warm color, and it is not necessarily my favorite because I live like a vampire, and there's been a lot of unnecessary light in my life. If it were an issue, we'd let you know. But like, it was an issue, and no one let me know. I just like happened to like scrub through a part of a stream where like someone used the confetti cannon redemption, and I was like, oh god, the Blitz has returned. And just like no one said anything, and that it had been that way for like months at least. I mean, like, here's the thing. right? So, like, if you think this volume is correct, I don't know how you possibly could have not been alarmed by it before. It was considerably louder. Did we not want the Blitz? I don't think we want the Blitz. I think historically the Blitz was not anyone's favorite. And let's play some Dorfromantik. If you're new here, hi, I'm Vasco. I'm a cartoon pirate who plays video games for the internet. This is a game where you build a countryside out of hexagons. You try to get points by making similar things touch so that you have like a big field and a big forest and a big little town for non-visible people. And there's lots of train tracks and rivers and very few trains and boats. Not nearly enough for my liking. And that's pretty much the game. And that's why it's a great choice for a week like this. That sucks. Oh, I forgot we got Ruined Castle. One of the fun things about Dorfromantik, to me, is there was a period of time where I was playing it quite regularly, like when it first sort of came out. I don't really do that so much these days. Now I play it every so often, typically when something like this comes up, where it's just like, I don't want to think about anything. I'm mad about life and stuff. And that happens, fortunately, I suppose, infrequently enough, that they will continue to update the game, and they'll turn it on, and then they'll be like, you got Big Stag! And I'm like, what is Big Stag? And I just typically find out live, along with you all. Although many of you, I think, play the game more often than I do. This is not gonna work. We're gonna try it, but it's not gonna work. Because as it saddens me, the Dorfromantik board game is no longer with me. I want to unlock more achievements. Serious question, because I haven't actually played the board game version of this game, which it still amuses me came to pass. There are like for real achievements in the board game. I understand such a thing is possible with like legacy board games and stuff existing, but like that's for real? How does that work? I mean, doesn't play super nice with the windmill, but I have done this to myself. Do you like my house chain? I have feelings about my first railroad tile of the game being just like a random end rail bit. Suppose I could put it here. I mean, it can kind of go anywhere other than the train tracks can't touch something that's not train tracks. Alright, found some houses. I wish I had this tile before. I don't actually think this quite would have done what I wanted. No, it absolutely would have. Yeah, I wish I could put this here, but the chain of houses leading to the windmill is still pretty funny, in fairness. I guess? Sure. Okay, field and water. I like that. Looks a little snaky. I think I want the water to go over there so I can maybe make a river or something. Oh my god. We're like 10 tiles in, and look what we have. Chew. Chew. Sometimes I will go through like a 4-hour game and not get any actual trains. You have to understand how important this is to me as a train appreciator. I don't really like this tile. I mean, I feel like this should go here so that the houses can continue connecting. This is so funny. Look at this. Like, until we get another, like, railroad piece, this train's just on this goofy little windy loop. Look at him go. What a good little guy. Okay, so Neko says, every game gives you points, and you have sort of like a skill tree thing that you spend points to select what you want to unlock, and then you open boxes to add more game pieces. That's fun and weird. I'm not sure I feel like that's like an essential component of what makes Dorfromantik what it is, but it's fun that they added it nonetheless. Look at this bizarre forest too. Like, this is a statistically weird start to this game. Like, early train with this goofy little loop that I love. And then we have, like, ruined castle right next to enormous deer. Get hot air balloons? Is that a thing they added to, like, the main game that I just, like, missed? Because that's, like, very possible. Ooh, very blank tile. Get perfect on, son. This does what I want, I think. Got Swan Lake right next to big field. I'm loving this aesthetic. This is a delightful start. Is there... There's not quite a way to make this tile do everything I want it to. This would goof up that tile. Maybe like... This is probably fine. Probably. Is there like a version of this? No, like that all counts as houses, but I want more... This is better. This is fine. Trees. Now, is there... Yeah, well... I mean... I think this is what I want. It doesn't actually connect these trees to these trees, but it's still good. It's still vibing. This house is sort of cramping my style. I guess the achievements are like... Yeah, they're unlocking, like, the secret tiles and stuff. Like, I mean, I get that it's part of the game. My point simply being that, like, I'm not sure I feel like you wouldn't get the full Dorfromantik experience without that. I mean, maybe some people do. Like, I'm not trying to harsh anyone's enjoyment of any particular part of Dorfromantik. One of the friendliest, vibiest games of all time. I just mean that, like, when I think of, like, what's essential to try and replicate about Dorfromantik in board game form, I'm not sure I necessarily would have thought to put the effort into, like, unlocking stuff. It's very interesting. I guess I'll put, like, a weird loner house by the castle. That seems kind of fun. Yeah, I think we can... Ooh, that's like, pretty good. We're gonna have a heck of a time finding, like, a particularly good tile to connect that house and the forest. I guess that's not really true. It's just like any other, like, specific pair of things. Because I think castle counts as blank. That might count as tree, but I think that's blank. I haven't actually had castle very long, to be honest with you. There's a big fox in the town. I remember unlocking fox. I don't remember fox being, like, part of the town. That feels super weird. It says the train's only purpose right now is to take 3 people into the middle of nowhere. He just makes fun little ting-tings and is a good man that I enjoy. He, it's kind of like Train Town and all the variations that exist, at least here in the US. Not that long ago, I went to, like, meet some friends for dinner, like, friends that, like, no longer live particularly close to here, but, like, are sort of in driving distance. And we had occasion to all meet up, and it was, like, a really horrible, trafficy, rainy Los Angeles day. And my GPS was like, take this, like, weird, circuitous back route. And I passed by, like, a train museum that I didn't know existed. And, Even though it seemed to be closed at the time. It was like somewhat late in the day. I just like couldn't help but be like, I bet you could take a little train loop and have a good time there. Foxes are common in urban areas, at least in Europe. Do you get many red foxes in America? I don't think I've ever seen a wild fox, to be honest with you. Struggling to think if I've actually seen a fox in person at all. More than anything, though, it just feels kind of weird to me that, like, I feel like all the large animals I recall seeing are in sort of, like, wild environments in the context of Dorfromantik. So just, like, seeing, like, a kaiju fox, like, threw me off. Hello, and good caps lock to you as well, anime. I respect not retyping it, and also that's fine. What I don't respect is one of the things that was very stressful about this week is like a really annoying work contact spamming my inbox with a bunch of like all caps hostile messages that didn't need to be all caps or hostile. I should ask, have I ever been on a nature preserve walk? No. I've probably been on some things that qualify as being similar, but no. Echo says she used to have a family of foxes who'd play in the back garden. They sound like cats and bounce around a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong. Back when I lived on like the edge of the woods in Pennsylvania, we definitely saw some wildlife. We saw like deer, rabbits, birds of various descriptions. I think we got like occasional badgers, like pretty rare, but I think we had badgers. Trying to think. I feel like there were some other things that we saw less frequently. Those were like the big ones. Even the deer were pretty rare. I remember there was like one time we saw like a whole like herd of deer, and like that was wild. Playing some dwarfs, that has to be good, right? Amen, anime. How's Saturday going? I can't decide where I want this big fox to go. I think I want it here. I'm just concerned about these trees getting in the way of this little burgeoning community I'm trying to build. Oh, good. This is something. Wow, if I'd paid attention to the fact this tile was coming, I probably could have done something pretty clever here. Although then I would have struggled to fill like this tile instead. Yeah, good luck to me with this one, I guess. I'm just putting it here. Alright. Do I have two blank sides on this? I don't. They're just like alternating. What does that make me want to do? Something like this? Sure. Alright. It's river time. Let's have those trees touch each other, and we'll have a different community that maybe someday will touch the train tracks. This river's building itself. Well, that doesn't do precisely what I want. Nor would that. Sure, alright. Where was the tile that got revealed? Over here. We'll see about that. Kaiju Fox can take the train too. Yeah, that thought had occurred to me. Although he's wandered away from the train. I think it might be making too much noise for his taste. Anyway, says, somewhat burnt out with gacha games. Not sure if that's just daylight saving time throwing me off. This is a daylight savings time grape friendly stream. We've already been doing it, and I'm here for it, because look at this early boat. What's going on today, man? And we gotta face it towards those swans so it can disrupt the ecosystem, or whatever. I mean, basically, these two directions are interchangeable, but if I do it this way, the boat will start chewing. Choo-choo. That's good looking. That's looking good. Okay, Right, yeah, that's like for sure not gonna do it, huh? And we're not gonna get perfect water touch. Oh, it also doesn't touch there. I've decided to be really precious because I have no need to rush. I have no idea how far we're gonna get or if we're gonna finish a thing or whatever. I recently started playing a new mobile game that my sister introduced me to that I've been having a lot of fun with. Oh, that's like pretty good. That's like pretty good. Yeah, it's like pretty good. Does this do what I want? No, it's opposite. It's always reflective. The game is called Marvel's Strike Force. It's actually a game that I remember. There was like a time like 6 years ago, which is apparently like when the game first came out, that they were like marketing it kind of hard, and they were like, if you start playing now, you'll get a whole Groot. And that was like right at like the peak of my like fever for all things Guardians of the Galaxy, and that almost got me to start playing it 6 years ago. But oddly enough, I ended up trying like a different mobile game I actually didn't end up liking very much, which was like a Power Rangers themed like fighting game, which kind of sucked. But like, yeah, after playing Marvel Strike Force, I've been enjoying it. Is that the card game? No, it's like a... I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of similar to like a existing sort of formula of mobile game, but it's like not one I have like a clear example of. It's like vaguely tactical, light RPG. You just sort of like pick a team of like superheroes or super villains or something, and then, you know, they have like up to 3 different moves that they can use, and like they have like static abilities that are usually like if you play all the X-Men together or like the Sinister Six or something, then you get like a bonus because they're all such good friends or whatever. It's surprisingly like deep without being like super daunting. It's actually like really well put together for what it is. Hey, Katie, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Anime says, lately been reading web novels where characters are being reincarnated into video games they were playing. That's a specific niche. I'm into that. Oh man, hey, I haven't put out the call for this in a while. If you like anime and are looking for a thing to do, particularly like video game adjacent, I strongly encourage you to try Bo Fury, which has a comically long title, which anime have started producing more of. It's something like Bo Fury, I didn't want to get hurt, so I maxed out my defense. It's like one of my favorite anime of all time. And it's like super wholesome, but like still has cool like anime battles and nonsense in it. And my like sales pitch or whatever for it is that like I have like a good friend who's into anime but like doesn't tend to like, you know, slice of life or, you know, whatever, like non-action anime or whatever. And I was like, listen, I just watched Bo Fury and I promise you need to try it. And I like described it to them and they were like, that doesn't really sound like my thing. And I'm like, I promise you, I would not pitch you on this if it wasn't amazing. And then like a month later they came back and they were like, you were right, that is actually amazing. It's so good. It's like one of the best things of all of the things. Right, this is reflected. I'm not actually playing the game. I'm just talking to you. That's fine. Does this work? That's like kind of good. It's not great though. I kind of need like another field somewhere. I should start working on that. Do I want like a... Like, I don't really need this forest to be on both sides of the river, so well... This also doesn't quite do it. I'm just gonna slap this up here and like forget about it until I need it or something. Blank tile, ting ting. What? I mean, just like here, I guess. Okay, some more river. It's kind of cute for the trees to touch, but then that field's more annoying to deal with. Ooh. That fits surprisingly nicely. It does make connecting to the other forest a little wonky, but I think that's fine. Big wet tile. I could put big wet tile over here. But I'm gonna put it over here. And then, I mean... Sure. I mean, the trees touch. Oh man, look at what nightmare is about to occur over here. I got boar. I think this is a specific reskin of boar. I think I had boar before. Hey, Mr. Generic Name, welcome to the stream. I don't remember if you've seen Dorfromantik before or have played it. This is a chill and hangout game where you build a little countryside by trying to, like, match your little pieces to make tiny villages and fields and things. And it's lots of nature noises and enormous kaiju foxes, and it's a delight. These train tracks are a little... Well, they're off the rails, to be honest with you. I know how that sounds, but it's kind of true. What if we... I mean... I don't know what to do with this. There's, like, too many things going on this piece. I don't know that I want to jam it next to my little kaiju town. It says, I can assure you they're on the rails. Not this one. This one isn't. I promise it's not. Oh, God, if I put that there, it's just gonna... Well, maybe I could put a train station there? No, I don't really want to do that. I mean, I could do this. This just looks horrible. I have to put this somewhere else. I just hate it. Yeah, alright. I mean, yeah, sure. I'm gonna regret doing that later, I'm certain. Yeah, let's put a clock tower next to the kaiju. That seems like a normal thing to do. And then, well, that's like a lot of forest for this little... I mean, I kind of want... I don't want the train to wrap around the town, but maybe this is like a good excuse to do that in a roundabout way. Thanks to whoever gave this up. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's probably demolition. I don't know if it was recent enough I could check that. This does inexplicably remind me. I had like a really stupid idea, like just before starting streaming today. Which is, oh, look at that. That's, like, almost really good. It's definitely good, but it's almost really good. You know how I've been complaining for literal months about that, like, one wonky update that, like, wiped all my Stream Deck settings, and how much time it will eventually take me to get the soundboard stuff set up again? What if I just streamed it? How stupid of an idea is that? Do I want this? I don't think I want this. Is this something? This statistically can't be anything. Oh no, wait, that's a blank side of the forest. That could totally be something. Cool. What's happening here, though? I guess? I don't know. Is this anything? Not exactly. I like this. Yeah, it's just gotta be like that, I guess. Ooh, wet train tracks. How about that? boy, I don't know about that one. Sure doesn't go in that space, that's for sure. That feels bad. I think I'm gonna put this here so that I could, like, maybe connect, like, a train station to this at some point, and then have that be, like, a juncture where boats and trains meet. I am a big fan of boats and trains meeting and becoming friends. Unlikely friends. There's too many tiles with field and forest. It's not my favorite combination. That's no. Also no. Do this, but also no. Is this something? No, I got like a blank side I don't want to deal with. You know what? That's actually surprisingly good. I mean, I do now have to find the most specific tile in the world if I want to match that. And for those who are new to the game of Dorfromantik, you don't literally have to match all your sides if you don't want to. I like to do that. You get a better score if you do, typically. Because you get more points for every matching side on your tile once all the tiles are placed down, but also when you put a tile down, you get points for all the matching sides. And then every time you get a perfect tile that's surrounded with the correct thing on all sides, then you get another tile to your stack, which is basically like the number of turns you have before you run out of moves. And that all together is, broadly speaking, how the scoring system works. I mean, I just put this here. Guess. I think field is like my least favorite type of tile. I don't know why that's true. I feel like that's pretty true. Close. Is there something weird I can do over here? I mean, I could do that. It's kind of fun. I think I like this better, though. A little more flexible. A lot more stupid. Does also help to potentially wrap the train around eventually. Is this friend? Alright, this is friend. I think I need... I really want to put that up there. Sure, I guess. Ooh, big wet top. I don't know, do I need like a swan up here? What's the swan situation? It's gonna be a lot harder to finish that quest up there than on my fun little river. Let's just say that this whole river is like the swan ecosystem. And as a consolation prize, you can have this. What direction is the river going? Up? Because I think this is going to be end of the line for the train. So, probably up. Big field with house. I think that's not what I want. Anywhere that I'm aware of it. That's not bad. Matching this is going to be a bit of a nuisance. Another single house tile. It's kind of curious. Was the swan an ugly duckling? I don't know. It hasn't cared to share its backstory with me. You're saying field is more favorite than train track? No, the opposite. I think field is least favorite. I mean, it's fun, like, some of the different biomes, like if you expand the board out enough, like for example, you can see this one field here is like lavender as opposed to this sort of like weedy color. Like that's kind of a fun thing about fields, but for like whatever reason, I just like am never happy to have a big giant field. I'm just like almost always disappointed by that experience. I don't know what I'm doing, man. I mean, I could just try to force my way over to this tile. It's relatively early. I might actually unlock it. Frequently, I do not do that. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Oh, it's like a bunch of trees. How am I ever gonna get the train around that? I don't think I'm doing that. I think I've goofed myself. That looks fine. This tile is what one might describe as a treehouse. Vasco, huge tracts of land. I think you might have missed the subtext of that original quote. It's more of like a rain code type of argument. If you catch my meaning. Oh, look at that. Look at how that do. Very woody over there. Alright, definitely not a perfect tile, but like I don't want these train tracks to go on forever. So that goes there. And then eventually, presumably, a boat will be able to join with the train here. And they will be friends. Okay. House entries. Sand trees. House and trees. The blank space doesn't do what I want. Is there a good place for blank space? It's a very specific tile, I think, is the moral of the story. I don't know what I would like to do. I guess I could just, like, slap this over here at the edge of reality. Maybe make a little lakeside community. I have no concept of how I will connect that to anything. Probably won't, for being realistic. Oh, man. Guess that's fine. Houses. Ooh, that's pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. Could build like a whole village up here or something stupid. That's actually not bad. Because then I can just sort of connect these houses to those houses with some other houses. Oh, it's such a good tile. I don't know why that sound always seems so pronounced. Another train? This is the luckiest pre-St. Patrick's Day of all recorded history. Look at all this stuff we got. We got like a turn 1 windmill. Got early train into early boat. The build order is real. I don't know why my tile's so specific, though. It makes whatever stupid thing I'm trying to do challenging. What am I actually trying to do today? Self-sufficiency. Close 50 field groups. See, like, this isn't that hard of a challenge, but because I hate fields, I just end up, like, dumping all the fields in one place and then leaving them alone forever, never closing it off. Questmaster 5. Complete 400 quests. I mean, not remotely close. True fan. Finished 25 sessions with the score of at least 5,000. That's not hard at all. That's clearly an indicator that this was added after I did much of my playing of this game. Oh, I did put this over here, huh? Here, the trees can sort of touch, and then I don't know what we're doing, to be honest with you. Okay, so train. Yeah. I think this is fine. I think I want like a fairly straightforward connection to link these two things together. But I'm gonna have the train turn the other way so he can chug along right away. It's a red one. Red is a good train color. No one asked, but there you go. That's pretty good. And that connects all them trees together. Which in theory I don't want. But I also tend to make one mega forest and not be responsible about that. I'm gonna add this to Swan Lake. Just field. Just a single field. Oftentimes I have a use for just field. I don't have like a especially good spot for it, to be honest. Oh, never mind. That's quite good. It is quite good. I was thinking I would just tack it on the end here, but I think this is a harder thing to match later. More lake. Can I do something cooler with that up here? I mean, it's not exactly my bag, baby. I mean, I could just, like... I don't want to put it over here. I mean, I could, like, attach it to this. This seems pretty not great. Well, I guess, like, the blank side matches. But, like... I don't know. Am I just better off doing... Well... Banjo-Kazooie noises. You just dump it here. Maybe somehow connect that all the way around to Swan Lake later. By somehow, I mean, what about this? Right, this body of water needs more... Well, the other one does too. I feel like I like the look of this, relatively speaking. Okay, another single... Oh no, this has a little forest on it. Is that something? It's pretty hard to imagine getting a better fit than this. Like, I would like a perfect tile. Well, we do miss out on, like, this mostly perfect tile, though. Just did those in Carbot's Baldur's Gate 3 parody. I don't know what Carbot is, or what that is. But randomly interjecting Banjo-Kazooie noises is solid. It's a solid choice. If only these trees were a house, you know what I mean? I think we've all been there. No, just me? Okay. I mean, I guess I can just tag it on here. I don't know. Like, in theory, I'm trying to, like, close out the stupid field I don't like. Oh. Accidentally shifted my focus. Yeah, if those trees were a house, man, that'd be a good tile. I'm just gonna do this. I think we're roughly back what I was looking at before. I find it disorienting to do that, but we'll occasionally goof it up. So now I need... Oh, again, that's pretty close. I haven't played Baldur's Gate in like at least 90 days or something. It's been a rough time over here, man. I'm kind of going through it. There's so many fields. Do you know what I mean? Like all these fields. I didn't ask for them. That's pretty good. I mean, I'm not, like, currently trying to do the thing where you have to, like, not place any imperfect tiles or something. Mission says, I stopped when our 3-player party Death Stranding Gale near Auntie's place. Now, I know what Death Stranding is as a game, where you are, like a weird high-tech version of those obscure, like, Japanese couriers who, like, pile a bunch of stuff on their backs and, like, roam the mountainsides. I don't think I understand what it is as a verb in this context precisely. It's a bad tile. I don't like it. I don't like this tile. I think I'm just gonna take this reasonably close match and be done with it. What is happening here with this thing? What's this about? What's the story, Wishbone? The wet hand spider? Not a huge fan. You go up there, I guess. Oh, good. Glad I paid attention to the fact that this is a water quest that wanted to be closed off when I added 4 exit points. There's Gate 3 and in Death Stranding. If you leave bodies out, they go nuclear and end games. I mean, I'm vaguely aware of that being... Like, I know that there's some weird thing in Death Stranding where, like, the rain is poison, and if you don't have, like, a baby in a jar, then you die. That game's too weird for me, man. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Just field. Honestly, I think we gotta... Oh, wait. It's counting that as, like, a match with the lake, weirdly. I mean, it doesn't match this house, which is a bit of a bummer. But I do want to close this field off, because I hate it. So, I think I'm just gonna put this here. I got some time. Don't worry. Okay. Now, I do have a problem with not closing off forests, to be honest with you. That's pretty good. But also, like, a 284 plus forest quest would be something of a nuisance to just, like, start from scratch. Although, I think it's doable. I think we could have a separate forest and endeavor to close that one up there, which is a thing I, like, never do. Oh boy. Well, I hope that's true. This is all trees with a boar in the middle. What's this tile? Is it the tile of legend? No. It's like almost the inverse. Demolition asks, does the carpet match the drapes? I believe the correct response is, wanna play cards? Man, there's too much stuff going on in this tile. Does this fit with my stupid town? Yeah, that's... I guess. Alright. Forest LaRue. I think I'm gonna put this well, I have some issues with the field there. This will give me more flexibility, probably, question mark. That's probably good, unless it somehow inexplicably solves a problem I'm not thinking of, which it doesn't appear to. So, yeah, I think I like this. Gives me the option to channel the forest upward. Ooh, end rail with houses. Now, I really wanted an end rail for over here, but all these houses... I can't put it here either. I wish I'd gotten some more normal train tracks to connect to start with, but I can't complain too much, because this loop is joy personified. Hmm. I don't know what to do with this thing, to be honest. Cut into the lake a little bit. Do I want that? I think I'd rather have big lake. That's almost something. That would require such a feat of engineering to be relevant. That feels like that might be as good as that's getting. Despite not being particularly good. Oh, wait, hold on. That's kind of comedic. In what world could I possibly get around that? Okay, I have an idea. I don't think this game can possibly go on long enough for it to matter. But I like this as a starting point nonetheless. Okay. Field and house. Field and house. Everything is always, like, mirrored from what I want it to be, like, without fail. Like an emo song needs to play every time I get a tile that has both a field and a house on it. It just never works the way I want it to. How could this happen to me? I made some mistakes and now this house doesn't fit. Ooh, look at this though. That's actually surprisingly good. I mean, this will never play nice with anything, but you know, that's future Vasco's problem. Escape 3 is so wild. I've seen a bunch of people play, like, parts of, like, Act 1, and I've played through most of Act 1 myself, and the ocean says, we kind of killed Gale after he pulled the blade on us. I'm like, I don't know how you could possibly do that in Act 1. I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but I don't have, like, the vaguest idea of what causes that to come to pass. Not looking for an answer, just noting how bizarre the game is. Maybe? Does this solve any of these problems? Yeah? Oh, wait, is it? No, because there's a house there. Stupid real estate. Okay, a river of some description with some random houses. Jeez. I mean, I feel like we gotta have the river add this house here. It's too funny not to. For it like this? Oh, this is much funnier. Because then, this one house will be abandoned on a tiny island in the lake. That's amazing. What a stupid place that will be to live. Much joy. Okay, this clearly goes here. Need just like a straight rail piece there at some point. This is, again, sort of the mirror of what I want, which should no longer surprise me, and yet here we are. I don't like this piece. This field is gonna be the death of me. Continue to dislike fields. Mecca says, I haven't had Gale in my party since I'm the wizard. I regret saving him because all he does is demand magical items and make weird, uncomfortable advances on my character. It is actually weird to me how, like, aggressive Gale is at the dating game. He does not strike me as the type of character, especially given, like, his backstory, who would be, like, super big on just, like, making advances, but I feel like he's one of the more forthcoming with, like, the least amount of effort. I mean, everyone in that game is super horny, but, like, I feel like for various reasons I would expect Gale to be pretty low on the horny spectrum. But, like,
no. I'm making him horny.
If you, like, simply don't, like, keep telling him that you hope he's dead, then, like, eventually he'll just be like, I want to do romantic magic with you. Like, he's just, like, so thirsty. Like, again, I understand it's, like, a super horny game, but, like... I mean, again, if you consider his backstory, which I'm not here to try and spoil for anyone who cares, like, it's just, like, weird that that just doesn't fit. I hate this stupid field. I'm gonna regret that later. Where does this stupid field go? Stop giving me stupid fields. I kind of want to put it there, but that's not where that should go. Can't really go near the train track. Like, I think it just goes like here, and I hope to get some like bizarre miracle piece that like... Well, no, I kind of just want to, like, close off the forest, right? I need a place to be putting these bad field tiles I keep getting, and it's gonna be here now. Always mirrored. Always. I mean, I haven't played all that much Baldur's Gate, but from what I know and have played and have seen, Shadowheart is like easily my favorite in terms of like romantic option or whatever. That's pretty close. Oh wait, is this something? No, it's mirrored. It's always mirrored. Every time mirrored, always. Look, listen. Don't ask me why, that's where that goes. So this needs houses. That looks good. The other one has a house quest too. Is it closer to being done? It is. Is this a good fit for that? It's not like a great fit for it. Yeah, I like it better in the other spot. Unless... Stupid trees. Still putting it here. I mean, this will only prolong the fields which I endeavor to destroy. Think this is what this ought to look like? Boy, it's a mess over there. Like I said, she's been having fun with Asterion because the voice actor is so much fun, but he would be a terrible person to actually date. I think that's like the truest take on the game. Like, I mean, in fairness, like they definitely give Asterion the most leeway to like ham it up to the maximum, but like they definitely chose a great voice actor to do that. But, and this, I'm gonna constitute this as not a spoiler, both because you discover it fairly early, and also, frankly, I was genuinely confused when the game expected me not to assume this from the beginning. But Asterion is a vampire, and as a result, maybe not like an ideal romantic partner. I mean, some people are into that thing. Ooh, look at this! I enjoy this. This is for me. This is not the chosen tile. It's almost a chosen tile. Why would I even check that? Dude? I need more... You know what I really need in this game? I need more just, like, tiny bit of trees at the edge of a space so I can start closing out some of this garbage up here in this forest area. These fields are making me angry. I don't like them. I don't like these fields. I guess. I don't know. I don't like it here. I don't know, man. I think it's this. I can continue to connect houses along the back end of this, and it completes my delightful little stranded house island that I adore. This is my favorite. This is my favorite thing on the map. Katie says your world so far looks like a pleasant place to live. Thank you. I'm very pleased with how this is coming together, despite my rage over these stupid fields that I hate. I hate the fields. Ocean says, Asterian voice acting, A+. Asterian writing, A+. Asterian person, D. That also sounds pretty true. That's like a true take. This is not the chosen tile because it has too many fields on it. Is this something? Nah, kinda mirrored? Slightly mirrored? That's kind of something. That's almost a thing. Is there a better use of this? That's like pretty good. Blank sides, they just never match up where they belong, man. It's rough. It's like when your girlfriend becomes the moon, you know? It's just rough. I think I'm gonna put this here because I'm just not getting very many options to like close off forests, and I do want to do that. Stupid fields, honest to God. That's probably not it. Something over here or something? I don't know. Oh, wait, hold on. No. Again, it's basically mirrored. If I moved the far house to this side, it would be perfect. It's not. Okay, says, I don't think I'd ever want to date Will or Gale in the game. Like, I don't know that much about Will. I know everyone seems to really hate him. I actually, like, put him in my main party, like, a little ways before I stopped playing, just to kind of see. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like he gets a bad rap, but again, I don't have... It's not a big sample size. I'm not entirely sure why everyone hates him. I have heard the complaint that he's kind of vanilla, but, like, I don't... Like, not everyone has to be Asteria and the most flamboyant character in the world. I mean, like, doesn't every dating sim in creation have just, like, a girl next door in it? Like, sometimes you just have the standards or whatever. I think that's fair, Mr. Generic Name. Wait for a sale. I mean, technically you could play it multiplayer, right? I think that's the thing. Pretty sure. I don't really know the logistics of it, but I think you can do that. But like, yeah, I don't know. Seems like a thing you'd probably like. I know you're into RPGs. It's a pretty good RPG. It's a lot going on. The game is it's so desperate for me to have like an infinite quantity of fields. I feel like I'm getting like no tiles that aren't like just like field apocalypses. Yeah, okay. I'll do this, I guess. Make my life potentially a little difficult. But I think this will be a good dumping ground for fields as well, because this isn't working out as well as I'd hoped. Okay, house with forest. Yes. I think. Yeah, I mean, either way, it would be a little messy. It's not gonna be better somewhere else. I think I want this. River that wants lots of water. Ah, what a mess this is up here. I don't know what to do with that, man. Kind of want more like big open water tiles. Oh, I guess I could do this. Is this any good? It's okay, I guess. It has a big quest on it. I probably shouldn't do that. Hey, Stepper Justin, what did you miss? Something about RPGs? We've been talking about Baldur's Gate, and to a lesser extent, like favorite companions, romantic stories or whatever. So my sample size is small. I've played a reasonable amount of Act 1 with Shadowheart as clear frontrunner companion-wise. I've seen someone make some decent progress with Karlach, and some decent progress with Lizelle. I don't know. I don't think I've seen enough of Lizelle's story to really get why Lizelle's supposed to be interesting, but I don't get why people are hype on Lizelle. God, that'd be like the worst thing I could do is put that there. So if I added this, it would be like pretty close to done, right? Okay. Well, it's gonna do that. Would it not just be better to do this? Alright, I've convinced myself. I don't particularly like this, but it's gotta go somewhere. And since it's got a quest on it, might as well have a chance of getting done. I do kinda want it to connect to that stupid little pond I made. What is this mess? Stop giving me fields, you monster. Stop it. Stop doing it. At least have... Oh, God, I hate it so much. Could you, like, give me some... Wait, this... Maybe? Is this something? It's not really something, is it? Stop giving me fields. Okay, hold on. Putting these things together to just try and stop the endless field. And then, you know what? So now I just gotta close off, like, these two things and be done with that. Now... It's just too much field. It's just too much. Don't like it. Stop giving me fields. Oh, there's something over there. I like that too. Mr. Generic Game points out that the... So, there... Weirdly, there was a Magic the Gathering set called the Battle for Baldur's Gate. And it came out, what, like 2 or 3 years before Baldur's Gate 3, the game was released? But, like, because it's based on the same D&D property, and, like, the characters in the fictional town of Baldur's Gate, it has, like, a lot of overlap in characters. And when Baldur's Gate 3, the video game, came out, the card prices spiked for the Karlach card in Magic the Gathering because people like the character of Karlach so much, they're like, I also want the Magic card of this. It's a pretty funny and bizarre cause and effect situation. It does sort of call into question how it is that we ended up making various Baldur's Gate properties and not having them coincide with one another. Seems like a businessy kind of thing to do. Oh boy. So I do want there to be more trees. But I would like for there to not be so many fields. I'm genuinely starting to get upset about all these fields. Like, is genuinely harshing my mellow. It sucks up here. Tell you what. This, and then, I don't know, we'll connect the forest there if I ever have a spare one, which I won't, because I have so many forest things going on. That looks decent. There might be a better use for that. It's not here, though. Ooh, it's probably this. This is probably the exact thing that I need. Great. Perfect. Okay, some sort of train tile. Oh boy. Just for the record, this also has a random field I didn't ask for on it. Now, if I put this here, then I will suddenly need a even more specific rail piece to bridge the gap that those trains just tried to cross. I'm not here for that. What? I mean, this can't go here. I can put this here. It makes building anything here even worse. I feel like it might be my best option. Other than just, like, randomly, like, slapping it down somewhere. We might as well do something, right? I'm gonna regret that at some point. The chosen tile? I didn't think we were filling that space. Ever. Literally ever, under any circumstance. I was like checking that, like, on a lark. I was like, yeah, I'm sure. The heck? Eh. Nah. Not a, I mean, this has some tiny tree garbage on it. Ooh. I mean, I'm gonna need a pretty specific tile here, which I'm just definitely not getting, so I'm not too worried about that. It's like pretty good though. Wow, another train, huh? So if I like put that. Nah, that sounds horrible. I can't do that. I mean, it can't get a blank tile that touched the blank tile. It's such a bummer. It does solve 2 quests, though. Just wish it was slightly better. Wow, those are just like in exactly the places I don't want them to be. That's rough. I mean, I could do that. It doesn't complete both quests that way. And it still gives me some, like, garbage to deal with. Union Point? Sorry, perfect blank hex. You know how much I love you. Lord. Stupid area. Nah, we don't want that. Well, that's kind of interesting, actually. I mean, the likelihood of actually getting the thing I want, pretty low. But I kind of just like the way that fits and looks. Hey, I mean, it's not gonna match the trees. And it does mean that I could have put that stupid triple piece here and connected it and whatever, but, like, progress. Progress! I mean, just don't like it up here. Stupid field zone. Have another field boy. So... want this. I'll put this here to try and, like, bridge over to this forest I'm not super excited about. Obviously, I could connect it to any manner of, like, water tile. Because it counts as water and train. I could try to put it down here to, like, connect this little area to trains. I don't see that as being very likely. I guess as I started doing this week's challenge in Phasmophobia, and the first ghost shares your name, Vasco. That's fun. I haven't really lent much time to, like, understanding Phasmophobia. I've tried watching a few different people play it, and I get that it's kind of like a social, like, group chat kind of game. I have, like, zero understanding of what you actually do in that game, despite, like, literally watching gameplay of it. Which is somewhat rare. I mean, I guess I could put this up here at, like, spider point. It really doesn't do anything to diminish the number of things I need to close off. I mean, I could also just put it here. I don't know what to do with this. Normally I have some idea. I mean, I could put it here. I don't really love the look of that. I'd bridge this. It's not, like, crazy important. And it's actually kind of nice psychologically, though. And, like, it doesn't, like, perfect tile with these forests, but I kind of hate them here. And maybe I just, like, block them off and never think about them again. Sure. Now, is there a world in which this actually helps me close anything off? No, everything is mirrored as usual. How is it always mirrored from, like, the configuration of things that I want? It just seems statistically unlikely for that to always be true. I mean, I guess. That kind of sucks. Mostly blank tile with 2 house. Doesn't go there. That's interesting. That's kind of close to what I want. It's not really it. These houses could almost be friends in another life. Basically, Phasmophobia is like Among Us with Slender. Really? I did not get that impression at all. I thought it was like some weird cooperative thing where you're trying to, like, exorcise a ghost, but, like, I didn't understand any of the mechanics. But, like, again, like, I genuinely don't know, so, like, I could just be completely wrong. This is dumb. I guess this could be something. This is fine. A boat! The box could be anything, even a boat. Shoot, shoot. Now. Ah, good, another kaiju fox. Ooh, and we're in the spooky area, so we get jack-o'-lantern. That's fun. You know that I inexplicably love jack-o'-lanterns. I guess this is fine. I don't know what to do with those trees, but that's been true forever. Now, what's gonna be really obnoxious is if I build this forest out to that tile and then discover that it's like houses or something, where I have this kind of house area that leads up to a forest. I suppose I really should be using tiles. That probably would have been really good down here, huh? Ooh, speaking of good down here. That's a pretty good tile. Some houses that aren't burdened by fields. How refreshing. Does this have a... Oh, that's actually... I think this is a more specific arrangement where that's necessary than up there. So this is probably better here. Makes it a little tougher to sort of join this all together. I suppose technically I could... Actually, this might be the best of those options. Because then if I just get like a house tile that has like one blank side to it, then it'll fit really nicely there. And like up there, practically anything goes. I know it doesn't... Oh, but like this wants like a specific number of houses, huh? Ooh. House lake. Yeah, I'll put this here. It goes with that field, but I hate the field on principle. And it's more fun to make a big spooky town with a big swampy lake next to it. This is not the chosen tile. That's nothing. That's also nothing. God, these fields are so badly cramping my style. It's unbelievable. I'm so filled with contempt for these fields. Like an inexplicable amount of rage. Sure. Get out of my life. Okay, 2 houses on mostly blank tile. I feel like I saw that recently and didn't immediately have a great use for it. I could do that. I don't love that. That's almost good. I'm just gonna complete that quest, I guess. I don't really know what I'm doing. Kind of wish I could put this tile in this blank space that I definitely can't put a tile in right now. Yeah, I'm gonna put the field next to the field. Gently curving river. Whatever this is. That's like almost something. I guess? Just so mad about these fields. These tables are my livelihood. I hate the field so much. Big clock tower. Let's put that next to Spooky Kaiju again. Put it below Spooky Kaiju? Does this ruin this quest? No, I need 4 more housing. Okay, that's pretty much the exact tile I wanted there. So that's good. This is too many housing to connect there presently. So I guess... Lord. These fields are killing me. Oh, I got another something. Southtown? Okay, where do I need a house end forest? Did it. Found it. Cut, print. Another just 2 houses. Both alike in dignity. This continues to be nothing. Despite my best efforts to forget what I did to myself there. Which is put the end rail that amounts to nothing. That's actually kind of a risky proposition. Then I need, like, exactly 2 houses. That's gonna be hard to combine with this exactly 8 more houses after that. It's already counting the 2. I don't know. I guess that works. Sure. Oh, good, a bunch of fields. You know how much I was saying I wish I had a bunch more fields. You were here for that part, right? Jeez. Just don't like it. This, I guess. More river. We're like so gonna run out of tiles. Look at these boats, they're enjoying the river. I need a single field and house somewhere. I think I actually do. If I do, neglected it. Oh wait, I do, but it has to be on like opposite side. Once again, we have something similar to a reflection problem. What do I do with this dumb house? Just like drop it here. Okay. And yeah, something like this. I hate these fields with their like exact number garbage. So tilted about these fields. Okay, hold on. Okay, bear with me. I'm gonna try to weave these train tracks together inexplicably. 4 is the number of houses I specifically need. Poison chosen specifically to kill Cusco, and Cusco's poison. Incredibly, once again, this tree situation is just not great. Although, we are looking at another many houses with trees next to it. Is that too many? 1, 2, 3. No, I think that might actually be perfect. It's not quite perfect. And it has the clock tower facing askew at a weird angle, but I'm gonna take what I can get over here. And then another gently curving river. Maybe I need that to be here now? Straight river exists, right? That's a thing, I think. Tree and field, my favorite type of sporting event. That's the one. I think that's the one. I think that's the one. Alright, now I need, like, exactly a house, which is gonna be a bit of an issue here for a minute. In the meantime, looks like that does everything I want. Ooh, big wet tile. And then I think... Big wet tile that connects to trees? Sure, let's have another wonky peninsula. I actually like this weird asymmetrical nonsense we've constructed here. This lake is bringing me much joy. A similar amount of joy to the hate I experience from these fields. always reflected from whatever I want at all times. Just without fail. I don't know how it always happens. Just there's so many places it could go and it's backwards to all of them. How is that? How can that be? Ugh, even that one. I really want the chosen tile here. I mean, this one would be amazing, but for some reason, psychologically, I want that one. You know what? I think this goes here. And we connect this with forest at some point. Never putting anything meaningful there. Don't worry about that. This could go like here. 3 houses, eh? Am I still doing a house quest over here? Nah, I finished that. That's all good. That's fine. So I guess this can go... Does this connect? Oh, that connects. That's great. That's lovely. Perfection. Just some trees. Just a little bit of trees as a treat. Ooh, there it is. That's worth some tiles. Is this anything? No. 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 I mean, open-ended, I guess. It's probably not gonna fit better some other place. These are sort of the only things that come to mind. I think it's put to better use over here somewhere. Something like this. Big wet tile. This lake rules. Heck yeah. Big fan of lake. Is this it? This is as close as this is getting. Did I cancel a quest? Wasn't that the bad noise? That tile I placed didn't have a quest. Oh, was that an exact number of tiles field that I goofed up? It says, just wanted to let you know that you're a miling in Phasmophobia. You have the quietest footstep of all ghosts. Well, I have been accused of being too sneaky before, so that's probably valid. Oh, look at this. These trees can't... This lake is the best part of the map by a lot. It's not even a little bit close. Don't get me wrong. It's mostly a good map with, like, way too many fields. Like, I just can't emphasize enough how many fields there are in excess of a good number of fields. It's far too many fields. But the lake is the best. The lake is so good. I want this. I think I want this. Maybe this. Maybe this. Wonky triangle thing. I think I need that. No, that doesn't apply here? No, they're too close together. That's fair. And that can't go there. Well, whoops. Did run that risk by doing some stupid crap. So where then does the tile go? I guess. Guess that could be true. Is that what I want? Not a great option. I could do something like here. I don't know what's going on over here. Sure. I don't know why. That seems fine. Okay, not a perfect tile. Just kind of want to stop the fields from encroaching up here and let the forest go. House fields. House fields. Well, so close. Do need a house. Do need one house. Much like real life, need one X house. Maybe I should have put the train thing over here. Because I do want, like, the train track to cut through here. There's no way it's gonna, like, connect. Like, this is a really annoying space for this to be in, frankly. Yeah, I could tell you, welcome to the stream. How is it going? Field house. Obviously, nothing ever lines up the way I wish that it would line up. Again, emulating real life. Sure. Boy, that's like a lot of houses, huh? So, if we were to... Yeah, something like that seems good. And then we gotta connect like one house to here at some point, and then just connect the upper lake town to the lower lake town, and then we'll probably like complete like 4 quests at once. I guess 3 quests at once, in fairness. There's too many fields. Why are there so many fields today? I'm so mad about this. Oh, man. So this could be used to generate one house. But it's nicer as 2 house, which is not functionally very useful. Don't believe I have a place that needs 1 field. Oh, there's too many houses. If that 1 house was gone, this would be perfect. As it stands, I am kind of sick of looking at this area, so I think I'm just putting this down regardless. What are we working on? Closed fields never happen. 400 quests. Oh, I thought for some reason I thought we... No, we did do one, right? I don't remember which one we did. It's fine, don't worry about it. Oh, stupid fields. So I now just have like 1 spot to close to like complete this quest. Which is fine. Lateral move. It's pretty dangerous to do that. I guess, yeah, I could do something like this. Connect those forests on the back end of this quest tile. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Attaching anything to the bottom of this sounds horrible, but, you know. Ooh, the chosen tile. Chosen tile. Doesn't quite line up the way I want with mostly anything around here. It's a nice little river bit. I mean, alternatively, I could throw this up here in the disaster zone. But I feel like what I need here is, like, angrily curved pieces. Which we do kind of have coming up, although also a railroad piece, which frankly might justify the presence of this weird juncture that I put together earlier. So if I... Something like this? This is fine. I may want to close this off someday. This stupid tile with its field has to go down here somewhere. I don't know where to put it. I like the lake so much. I don't actually think I want to sully it with this field. You know what? It goes over here. If I have to, like, burn some water pieces at some point... Oh, wow. This sure doesn't work the way I hoped it would. That's rough. That is rough. That's rough. Boy, this is a bad tile. Do not know what to do with this bad tile. I mean, I'm not really properly visualizing this, but just looking at this piece, it feels like it should somehow fit around here, and it sure doesn't. Really doesn't feel like anywhere around here. Other than this, which doesn't play nice with any of the train track stuff. Isn't even like attached to any of the river stuff here. It's tile's such a bummer tile. And I can't even use it to like force through like a through line for the railway over here. I mean, I guess I could do this, and then that can connect to this like stray lake bit. It's not gonna get much better. It's bad up there. Ah, jeez. I mean, no, this seems fine. I feel like this is a place this could go. This can loop around, and then this touches the lake at some point. Still don't have that single house yet, huh? Oh boy. Man, if the reflection problem is real, man. You could put that forest up north, this would be a really good tile. I guess I'll just do this. It's pretty dumb. I don't know how to ever put a tile down here that's not awful garbage. I'm gonna put this here, I think. Single field 2 house. I think I've looked at this before, and there isn't a great home for single field 2 house. Field 2 house. It's just like the incorrect number of house at the end of the day. Because it's like 2 house, I can't use it on that quest. Because of the field, it doesn't really play nice with anything over here. Because the field's on the wrong side, it like doesn't even fit very well over here. Here you go, I guess. Oh good, it's another forest. Do I have a place for this blank tile? This pretty good. Fields. Oh, God, I hate how many fields the game is giving me. There's not even a house in the middle. It's so rude. This is fine, I think. Ah, good. 2 fields and a bunch of weird garbage. Is this somehow... Nah, there's like too much stuff going on. This doesn't fit with anything. It's a nope. These fields, they're making me crazy. I guess I could, yeah, I guess I could do that. It seems relatively sane. Game, you like fields, right? Yeah, game's paying real close attention to that. Oh man, it's sort of the chosen tile. Train station. There's gotta be something I could do with this now. It's gotta be somewhere up here. I mean, I can connect it to, like, anything in this horrible wet spider. I can, like, connect it to the railway to act as sort of a bridge between the wet spider and this. I think if I was going to do that, I'd probably just connect that up here. But then it'll be really difficult to ever close this off, and this does want to be closed off. I mean, I could, like, put it over here to act as a bridge to that stupid forest. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. And it also kind of could go here. I don't have, like, an active quest there, and I'm kind of impatient to, like, make this a reality. Alright, tree quest activated. Home of trees. What's going on with this nightmare tile? Actually kind of works in this weird space, inexplicably. Oh good, it's fields down here. That's, just what I wanted. Does this do anything? I mean... No, I don't want that. Like, this at least sort of narrows those points. Something. Blank tile. Just literally a perfectly blank space? Bizarre. Alright, I have to close this forest off. I do have active forest over here, which I really should put some work in on, huh? I've kind of not had a lot of progress here in some time. Yeah, if I put this here, then I, like, literally only need to add, like, one tree to, like, quest it off. Is this something? The chosen tile? The chosen tile. Like 440 points with a single tile placement. That's a lot of points. If we named the field Sally. I don't know if it would actually impact how much I hate them. Not because I hate Sally Fields, but I just really hate the fields. It's hard to overstate it. I, like, had no idea anything resembling that was, like, a real quest. Oh, this actually kind of works. This at least promises a successful dumping ground for the fields that I do not care for. I don't know what to do with this field, though. It's such like an anti-fit. Oh, that's so close. I'm just putting that there. Never filling this with a reasonable space. Yeah, new Swan Pond? Swan Pond, John? Kinda doesn't do precisely what I want, huh? Just kinda need to connect straight across. So... Is this something? Nah. That isn't. That's not quite. Feels like there should be a home for this. No, I put train tracks over there, so that doesn't work, and that's not good. This is not really anything. This feels like a dump tile. Dump. I still need Straight River for something? I think so. That's pretty fun. Don't exactly know how I'm connecting that to the other wet tiles around here, but we'll do it eventually. Does this connect sufficiently straight across for my purposes here? No, it doesn't. Doesn't quite do that, and it's mirrored from doing that. So I guess you could go. Boy, I hate these fields. Done. Sold. Oh, I could have used that for the one house. I do still need the one house, which is not the name of the treasure on the Grand Line. I'm just glad anyone cares about this. I know no one's really super active in chat, but that, you know, like, that's kind of understandable with Dorfromantik, you know, like, sometimes I get a little stressed when that kind of thing is happening, but it's like, nah, I'm just, like, literally playing this in front of you, and you can hear bird sounds and randomly interject whatever you're thinking, if you feel like it. Where do homes go? That's not bad. That's better, though. That is better. Go with that. That's almost it. It's not, but it's almost it. Doesn't really do what I want. Ooh, that does what I want. That's very nice. Another river. Sure, that's perfect. Literally, perfect tile. Looked ahead and thought I had the wet tile. I need forest. Is that bear? I don't remember getting bear tile. I do need to close off forest somewhere still. Where's the flag for this? There. So I would need a really small thing there, and then these. That closes off 2 openings. I'll do that. Big wet tile. Oh man, single house tile. This time I will remember to use it appropriately. Is this where I want this? Or is this where I want this? I think I want this here. Okay. Oh, but like the forests. No, wait. Oh, but like the forests. There it is. Found it. Figured it out. Alright. Gonna have to maybe close off that town sometime before we die. Chicago finally died the river today. I kind of forget that that's like a thing that happened. By the way, it is St. Patrick's Eve, which is the thing that some alcohol company was like trying to make happen. Which is why I'm wearing my 4-leaf clover Grogu shirt. Because I'm not streaming tomorrow. It's, you know, it is a good point, despite some of the frustrations of these just copious fields. Look at all these blasted fields. We do have like a solid number of trains and boats, and sometimes we will go like a whole literal day of our lives without finding such things in this game. I think I want this. Not entirely sure what I'm doing here. Probably not that. This, not desirable. Doesn't have any trees on. I'll just slap it here. Look at all the fields on this tile. Man. Really gonna need a minor miracle to make this railway do anything, huh? Really did that to myself. That's kind of close to being something. It isn't, but it's kind of close. Does this do anything? It's not very good. I would need like a spiderwebby guy to connect this, which frankly I kind of need here anyway. So maybe I just do that. But then what do I do with this, like, rant? Like, it doesn't go anywhere. It's unhelpful. Forgot about the music in the game. It is so good. It's true. Tomorrow is Sunday, which means that my sister will be streaming and having fun day. She's probably still on Chance of Sonar, I'm guessing, which, of course, we played on this channel not incredibly long ago, and is an excellent game. It's so, like, evening over here. A nice, like, lavender zone. This tile, man. It's just, it's not the mood. I don't know what to do with this tile. It's not my ally. It is voted betray. I guess. I don't know. I got all this... Ugh. Ugh. Visceral noises. Ugh. Music is what the board game is missing. Do they have a companion app where it just plays the music? You can definitely buy the soundtrack to this game, right? Like that's a thing? Or is this not one of the like infinite number of Steam games that like just lets you do that? In my head it is, but I might just be completely making that up. Connect the two rails. Which two rails? Oh, these two? Nah, they're not close enough together. Like they're on like adjacent hex sides, so like I need like this thing, like one of these, like the hand as opposed to the full spider web. Can undo that. This tile doesn't help with that. That tile doesn't go there. I'm fairly certain I like specifically tried putting it there and it doesn't, because again the sides are like too close together. Like this would need to be, there's one that has like a wonky branch. It would have to be like another one of this thing that's like right here. This could go here, but just like bent rail doesn't do it. I don't know what to do with this guy either. I've not done a tremendous service to my trains. I do sort of argue that they've been a little sporadic in their offerings, which may not entirely be my fault. I just, I mean, this would be an incredibly stupid thing to do. Weirdly tempting, though. Nothing better going on. Did I unlock Up Forest? I didn't, right? Okay, hold on. Where am I at with actual quests? I still do need some trees. This is a good fit, not a great fit. It's actually kind of tricky to get stuff here. As much as I kind of hate just like walling off this house, I think I'm just gonna trap that in the woods. Just a cabin in the woods. Be careful what you touch in there. The river's clearly more important than the houses on this tile. Oh boy, that does not look good. This does not connect the way I want it to. I mean, I think it's this. I think it's just bad. I think that's how that looks. So I could do this. Okay, bear with me on this one. So I think the idea is that this little bay thing here This is just some, like a little storage area. When the boat breaks down, they, like, tow it back to this train station, and then they're just like, oh, we're gonna leave the little boat in there while we do maintenance on it. It also connects with these trees, which is a thing I've been, like, physically incapable of doing. Wet tile. What is this monstrosity? It's this horrible tile. What's annoying is, like, this... No, the field is too invasive. Never mind. Oh, it's not even worth making. Here are the problems. Oh boy. This is surprisingly close, and I'm also quite sick of this space. So I'll just take 3 perfect tiles and move on with my life. So I could do this and ruin everything. Oh, wait a minute, though. What about? Listen, I don't know what the heck is happening up here, but, like, I'm here for it. Oh, go to field quest. Oh, and, like, a specific number of field quest. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I can maybe connect the houses if I get lucky, and then... Alright, good luck to me. Now, 4 rest. Not 5 rest, 4 rest. It's not quite it. Put that downtown. Oh, you want like a specific number of houses, huh? And I could arrange for such a thing. It's gonna kind of cramp my style a little bit, though, to be honest. Is there a better home for these homes? Oh, no way. Like, I abandoned this so long ago that, like, it's actually looped back around and become a benefit somehow? That's incredible. I mean, I don't know where to put this precisely. Like, there's definitely no, like, perfect spot for it. But aesthetically, it looks kind of cool up there. Although, blank tiles, I don't know. I don't know which one of these is... Need blank. 3 has. I think this is the one that's like hardest to fill in. So I'm just gonna put this here. That also does put a second clock tower next to Kaiju Fox for those keeping score at home. Oh, look at how close to perfect this tile is, and yet the fields continue to ruinate. Now, there might be something here. Not quite. Not quite, my friend. Nah, I don't want that there. So I closed off a field and have made nominal progress towards close off lots of fields. I'm just putting this here. I just choose to rid myself of the punishment that is the many fields. So that's not quite it. This area is so perfect that, like, really don't want to sully it. Obviously, this does not work. What do I do with this, actually? I mean, I can just tag it on, like, the end here, and then it doesn't interfere with anything in particular. I guess that's what I'm gonna do. 3 houses, 1 field. Still doesn't accomplish my hopes and dreams. Oh, 3 houses is like I want, huh? Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. That is fine. I think this forests with a random field attached will start. Well, does this perform some service to the ongoing forest? No, I mean, like, this is the best. It's not very good. Did we not close this yet? We didn't, huh? Gotta keep that in mind. That's like free tiles we're just leaving on the table. I think I want this roughly here. A few trees, 1 field, and lake. Well, this is where that's going. For sure. Boy, sure can't get any, like, regular rail pieces, huh? That'd be too easy. Just so many of this particular, not especially useful train tile. Increasingly difficult to find a home for this thing. I mean, I guess it's something like this. Okay, more trees with a single field. These like play nice together. They don't really. They don't play like super nice together. Still gotta put it over here though. Little curvy rail bit. So again, that sort of ruins everything. I don't want cleaner tile over here. I guess that's fine. An exactly 7 tile beaver dam quest. I suppose this works. Let's put the dam on the river, because that's sort of the point, right? 3 houses. I need 2 houses there. And it's not quite what I want. Serve some, like, particular cheeky purpose with this. This doesn't end up... Oh, no, that works. Yeah. That's what I would like. Single house with a lake. Oh, I love it. Very good. And then, of course, this is a stupid field on it. Okay, figured it out. Solved 2 problems. This tile I don't want, and this other tile I previously didn't want. They've become best friends. This lakeside community and its spooky year-round Halloween vibe is the absolute best. Hey, Critwitch, welcome to the stream. Enjoy the majesty that is. This honestly is... I mean, I feel like I probably say this every time I play this game. This is like one of the coolest things I've ever made. I absolutely just love this lake in this town. I could take or leave these fields, and this area is just a hot mess. Just the hottest mess. Is that another train? No, I think maybe we were seeing the top of the house? But the way things are going, surely we'll get another train. Is this anything? Keep having to check. Do I need something over here? Oh, that's an open spot too, isn't it? Oh, that sucks. You know what? That's pretty good. That's not pretty good. Also not particularly good. Such a clean tile here. Keep ruining that vibe. I mean, I guess we could jam this over here. Or wait a minute. Is this something? It's kind of close. Do I want this? I don't know what I'm doing with this field, if anything. Oh, maybe that's it. Because then it, like, connects to those trees. I'm still kind of trying to build that out. Yeah, that's probably my best option. Is this some sort of thing? Twitch, how you doing on this, pre-St. Patrick's Day time frame? Are you in anticipation of green things? These fields suck. Wait, I needed straight river for something, didn't I? Or is that time gone? Hold on. It's not really it, huh? I think what I want to do... Well, no, in order to close... I'm gonna need, like, multiple tiles like that next one coming up. What do I do with this? I mean, I guess I actively need water tiles for this quest. So... This sucks. I don't know how I've made such a mess of this area. I'm not quite feeling right. Force yourself to hang out with coworkers. Starting to slide back into the meh feeling. You know, sometimes it does just hit you. Partly the lack of sleep. Oh boy, I have not been sleeping most of this week. So I feel that for sure. And yeah... Oh, it doesn't feel like it should necessarily make a big difference. Sometimes it makes a big difference. How am I doing this week? It's very kind of you to ask. I'm doing actually really bad. I'm feeling a lot better today. But, like, there's just been, like, a lot of, like... It's not, like, an interesting story. I would have, like, told it in full on stream, probably. But, like, I think, mention last week that the building has some, like, city inspection or some weird thing coming up, like, at the start of April. And as a result of that, they, like, plan just, like, a ton of, like, jam-packed maintenance to try and make the building look less garbage. Which it is. Let's be fair. It's a garbage building. And I say that as someone who's lived here for 10 years and continues to pay rent. But the options are kind of that, or pay obscene amounts of rent, or, like, live in a warehouse with, like, 16 guys named Hans. Because I live in Los Angeles, roughly speaking. And just, like, as a result, like, my landlady keeps bothering me, and, like, we keep having, like, contractors coming to my house, and my mom has been really kind enough to help sort of manage that, because they obviously send them in during work hours, and I work from home, and it's, like, really disruptive to try and, like, work and, like, also basically manage the contractors, because my landlady, for some inane, bizarre reason, doesn't deem it to be her job to, like, oversee the contractors of the building that she manages. So, like, I either have to do it myself or have someone manage it or trust them. And as I have recounted on stream many times, one of the first times maintenance had to be done on my unit in the building, my landlady just allowed them to, like, leave the door to my apartment wide open. Not unlocked, completely open. So anyone could just go into my home and do whatever they wanted in here. So, like, I absolutely don't trust my landlady or the contractors that they bring into the building. So they do, in my opinion, need to be managed. So, again, like, working from home, it's disruptive to A, try and get work done while construction is happening, and B, somehow micromanage the not trustworthy people who don't speak English as a first language. And to be clear, I don't mean that as a criticism of them, just that it further complicates the process of trying to have an honest and open communication about what is being done and what is definitely not meant to be done. And since my landlady is bilingual, it would be awesome for her to take that responsibility over. But she just seems to sit in her apartment and, I don't know, eat bonbons or some stereotype. She definitely just doesn't do anything that seems to constitute a job, and it makes me angry all the time. Yeah, my landlady is not great. I do not have nice things to say about her, and I've frequently complained about her to the building management company, like, as frequently as I deem appropriate, which isn't all that often. But, like, if anything ever escalates to the management company, I'm like, and my landlady sucks. She sucks. And I've also said, not basically just to my mom, because, you know, she's privy to all this garbage going on, that, like, when this inspection happens in April, if they ask a single question to me about anything, I will answer to the fullest extent of how bad stuff is here and how not well kept the building is and various sundry points. Like I says, I still don't understand how anyone could be insane enough to leave someone else's door wide open like that. I know what happened. It just horrifies me to hear that story recounted. I agree on all counts. There's no reasonable world in which that's a thing that happened. I don't know if I've talked about this. So, obviously, to those of you who have watched these streams for years, you know that I've had multiple instances of, like, severe roof leaks that have, like, severely impacted, like, my well-being in this space. Because, again, the building is not well kept or managed. And probably, like, the second major time that happened, the leaks were, like, directly above where I sit for streaming, more or less. And, you know, it's, like, right in the middle of my living space, whether or not I'm a lunatic who keeps, you know, expensive streaming equipment here. And so, you know, like, I was, like, really emphatic to the landlady that, like, this is a problem that needs to be solved now. Not when the rain stops. Not when it's convenient. Now. Like, this needs to be addressed immediately. Water cannot be coming into the middle of the living room. And she arranged for some contractor to come in the middle of the night. And what he did is he sort of, like, stared at the ceiling for a while. And he took out a screwdriver. And then he dug the screwdriver into the ceiling to widen the hole through which water was coming through. Then he went outside, and then he never came back. This is a contractor that we hired to address a leak in the roof. He came in, he made the leak worse, and then he left. And then... yeah, definitely amazing... parentheses, not in a good way. But yeah, so, like, I feel bad making my mom, like, sit here while that stuff is happening. She's very generous with her time to do that. It still sucks regardless, but, like, the unfortunate thing is that it simply needs to happen. I would either have to, like, take time off work or arrange for someone to be here, but, like, it's just not feasible to trust the building. Like, hopefully these stories convey that to you, that, like, I'm not some sort of, like, building hypochondriac. Like, these are insane things that happen. In some cases, even when they're being watched, like the contractors, when someone's, like, there to sort of oversee what they're doing. 2 trains become 1. I wasn't paying close attention, but we did have 3 trains. Yeah, they just split again. That's wild. That's a Dragon Ball Z fusion dance. Alright, so this river's gotta connect to this somehow. I'm just gonna send it straight to the moon. And then... Alright, so that's not wide enough to go there, which means I think it's got to go, like, here. And then I'm doing something with fields, right? And I got fields going up there. There ain't no quests, though. So I think it's more like this. Is there any reason I would want to, like, alter that trajectory? No, I think that's probably my best fit. It says, your landlady's definitely the sort of person who would pay for the cheapest contractor possible, if at all. I bet she gets her own relatives to take a look. I'm almost certain that that has happened before. I don't know how close relation, but I feel like there was at least one time an implication that the contractor being sent in was a relation of hers. I think that was like a long time ago. I think the building may have told her to stop doing that or something. But yeah, like you are correct. She's definitely that type of person because I'm fairly certain that has literally happened. Something like this is probably good. Yeah, I guess in a weird world where this game goes on forever, I could like wrap this field around there. Otherwise, it syncs up fairly nicely. Oh, now there's a train coming up. I don't know if you saw that before when you asked that. Wet tile. Wet tile. Still not big enough. Wet tile. Wet tile. I mean, this is something. I kind of like the look of it. I don't know how to, like, closing off river systems is surprisingly difficult. Just kind of regretting having this here. That's something. Oh, that kind of fits. It kind of fits. Sure. That misshapen whatever that is can exist in that fashion. Oh, come on. Small train? I really want to use this straight section to connect those things. Guess we'll have to send this boy on his own. Alright. House Lake. Is House Lake helpful at all? Ugh. Not really. I mean, I can, like, connect it to here. This is, like, this is the worst zone of the map. Like, the far side of the map is amazing. Love it over here. This... Like, not only is, like, forest tile not especially helpful over here, but just, like, its placement has, like, really messed with my attempt to, like, build any meaningful railway system. It sucks over here. Demotion says, and given that she's bilingual and hires Hispanic-only persons, lack of understanding of her work and placement sending people to English-only places. I mean, maybe the most egregious example of that, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm clearly biased in this, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt or whatever. I've complained frequently for years about the air conditioner that was installed. So the cliff notes on that story is that when I moved into this apartment, there were, like, a few critical checkboxes for me after having lived in a place I didn't love for several years. And I've, like, finally had enough money to, like, live on my own because I got a new job. And one of the things was, like, functional air conditioning, because the last place I lived had this, like, inexplicable, huge, like, vaulted ceiling. So even though it, like, technically had central air, like, it was, like, heating and cooling this massive space that, like, people didn't exist in. And it was just really inefficient and bad. So, you know, I was like, I definitely am going to check, you know, like, what that system is like when I go someplace. And, you know, like, I saw a bunch of apartments, and I came here, and there was a great air conditioning unit in here. It like, totally cooled this whole space. And this is, like, a relatively open concept thing. I've got sort of, like an open, like, flat top bar thing that leads into my little tiny baby kitchen. And then, you know, beyond that, there's kind of like a hallway that connects a mini dining area and stuff to the back of the apartment. So, like, it's a relatively large area to, like, heat or cool. Not outrageous, like, vaulted ceiling, but, like, you know, requires, like, a competent air conditioner. And it had one. And I moved in at the start of July, or maybe the very end of June, in, like, 2014. Would have been 2014. Yeah. And, something like literally 2 or 3 days after I moved in, the whole unit died. The whole air conditioning unit died. And it was like peak summer. It was like, you know, late June, early July. Like, I remember, like, not having air conditioning for the 4th of July weekend that year. And so, you know, it being like the dead of summer in a desert climate. I was like, we really need to replace this right away. And, you know, like I asked the landlady to do that. And what they did is they installed this unit. This is the worst air conditioner I've ever seen in my life. I wouldn't say I have an abundance of experience with like dozens of air conditioning units, but I've like been in various people's apartments, and like this is the pits. It's loud and ineffectual and inefficient. It takes a lot of energy to run it. It doesn't do a lot to cool the space, but it does make a ton of noise pollution. It's like almost like the worst of all worlds when you're trying to pick an air conditioning unit. So we install it, and it absolutely sucks and is terrible. And I point this out to the landlady, like, this thing sucks. It, like, doesn't actually cool the apartment. Like, did they install it wrong or something? Like, can you have someone take a look at this? Like, I don't know if this is, like, a refurbished unit or what. So, you know, she gets a contractor, and it's an individual who speaks either predominantly or exclusively Spanish. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but here's the problem. He reports something to her about the state of it, and then she just says to me, like, yeah, he says it's fine. And I have no way of knowing if he said, like, this thing really sucks, you should replace this. Like, I don't blame the dude. Like, he could, for all I know, have been incompetent. But, like, if all I have to go on is the word of this contractor, who I have no personal relationship with, and there's a full language barrier between us, and she's bilingual, like, he could be like, you have to, like, this, you have to replace this. And she could just be like, yeah, he says it's perfectly fine. Yeah, like, I'm not saying that she specifically is lying to keep the cost down, but, like you say, Demolition, that possibility exists, and I just have no way of knowing that. It's just, like, I am just, like, constantly in a bad situation here. Like, I don't know how malicious the landlady is. Truthfully, I think she's just incompetent. Like, I don't actually think in most cases she's, like, scheming against me, but I know for a fact she's incompetent. She will routinely ask me if the contractors have completed the work in my apartment. And I'm like, that's legitimately your job. You should know that without having to ask me. Like, you should be in contact with your own contractors. Like, they are the people that you are overseeing. That is literally your job. And one of these days, I'm gonna get something to fill this space. Actually, I do have, like, a train station coming up. Do I have a place that I need a train station? Like, I could put one over here. I wouldn't say it's urgent. I think what I'm gonna do... I still got this crap to deal with. Ah, suck. It just kind of sucks. Your manager just this past Friday asked you how to use a drop-down for a product you've been using for years. That's rough, Demolition. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's not good. Yeah, the rivers and the railways have not particularly cooperated with this particular build, I would say. I don't know. I think I just gotta feed. Okay, I'm doing this. And then I think I'm like slapping this just like up here or something. I could do this. Like, it would be kind of neat to connect these things, but I'm trying to close this water system, which is frustratingly difficult. Oh, man. I don't know. I curve it away from the other water so I'm not tempted to connect them for any reason. And then I'm just putting this here. And then I'm like kind of close to shutting that off. Maybe I should have used the train station here. I don't, like, I kind of need one in both of those spots, to be honest. This is clearly too many fields. Which means we probably want to connect this here. I think this is still viable. Okay. Let's trees in the back aren't my favorite thing in the world, but I think that's okay. And then I just like connect that like here. Oh, another like random little lake. Okay. Hold on, I can use this. So, sure, that'll work. Fine with that. So now I just need to round this off somehow. It was literally as simple as we need this to be 25 units, not 30. That's a bummer, man. Yeah, it's not gonna fit anywhere I want it to go, huh? I think I want this. I do kind of want to like connect these houses to here. But other than that, I think this is fine. Oh, good. I did sort of need some tiles there, huh? So where do I need? Ooh, can I? Listen, I know this isn't perfect because these stupid trees here, but just look at how cool this is. Like, fills in all these houses and still connects to the body of water. Now, arguably, I could, like, use this here and then use that up. I honestly think... Well, the problem is, like, until I can close this off, like, none of that matters. I'm going to put the cool thing where it goes. This goes here. Then inexplicable perfection. No, not perfection. Got a house edge that doesn't work. Darn. So any of these house quests that I need to close off? There is one. So in theory, I don't want this to go on forever. I really do need to, like, connect this at some point. This doesn't work here, does it? So, I feel like perfect tile should be possible there. Is it greedy? Absolutely. Is there a second hypothetical that I would normally follow that up with? No, not at all. It just simply is greedy. That's the whole story. I mean, I could do this. Feels a little excessive. Oh, wait, do I still have a quest? Oh, it needs 2 house. I think this is the most practical. Wait, 3 house does not solve my problem. That's not look good. That is not a good look. You know what? I do like how that looks. Doesn't match those forests, but like that's pretty tough to do. It's really tough to perfectly match like river and rail tiles. It's not impossible, but it's like much harder than doing the other ones. So I tend to be a little less restrictive about those, even when I'm like kind of really gunning for something particular. Although, at the same time, it might be fun to loop this around. Is that stupid? Probably. If we did like that. That's just stupid enough to accomplish nothing. Do I, before I place that, need this? I mean, it just doesn't do any. It's just like, it's too open to help there. I mean, I could add it to the pile here. It doesn't have trees, and it doesn't look good. I'll be a little greedy. This is a very specific tile. Does it help with anything? Does it help with something down here? No. No, I don't think I should do that. Does it help with this, like, need two house situation? That's pretty horrendous. Don't like the look of that. I have an ideal place to live. Like a money is no object thing. Oh, not a money is no object thing. More like I'd like XYZ things to make the ideal place for you. I mean, like, I feel like I don't have super lofty ambitions. I mean, it would be nice to have a house with like a dedicated space that I could use, like an office for streaming, so that it doesn't live in the middle of my living room. I mean, a house sort of does that almost by definition, but like if it was like a one bedroom house, which I don't hear much about, but I assume still exists, even though all houses are needlessly expensive. But like, yeah, you know, like perfect world would be like, you know, 3 bedrooms to have a bedroom, an office, and like a guest room. But like, I also distinctly remember reading not that long ago some old man yelling at clouds about how like millennials ruined the concept of guest rooms, to which the obvious rebuttal is like, can't even afford house. What are you talking about? Would you prefer to stay in LA? Nah, I'm really not attached to LA. I mean, I've talked a little bit on stream before about how I didn't know that many people when I moved here, but like I met like a decent number of people who like went to the same college, and most of them did like the same college program that I did, where they like moved out here for like a semester first to like be in the entertainment industries. But like, you know, I've also had like veiled allusions to like the great social ruining, which was like when there was a grand disagreement and that entire friend group collapsed, and then even following that, most of those people moved to various parts of the country that aren't LA. And then like during the pandemic, one of my only remaining like friends who was in the area like moved to Ireland, and he's since come back for complicated reasons, but like also in the what has it been now, like 6 months, I think almost 6 months since he's, no, longer than that. He actually showed up before we started talking about hanging out. Probably like 7-ish months that he's been back. We have not managed to see each other even once, because while he was in Ireland, he had a child. So like, it's complicated. Basically, the short version of the story is like, there's not really like a lot in Los Angeles that's for me. Like I've moved out of like making any real effort to be in the entertainment industry. Like I would still love to do creative entertainment based stuff, but like streaming has kind of been an outlet of sorts for that, because like I have no traction or network or connections to try and make that happen. It's a competitive industry, and you know, a lot of the creative industries are doing poorly right now, with like streaming complicating stuff for like television production, and like games being in this like horrible like backslide of everyone laying off everyone. Like it's tough. There's not like a lot of real reason to be in Los Angeles. So when I've made allusions to moving, like there's like it may well be across state lines. It may even change the times that streams happen for various reasons. I would expect them to continue to happen, but they may not be at 6 p.m. Pacific. One house. one house. One of them. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how stuff goes. I'm not trying to count any chickens. Math's complicated. But, like, there are reasonable looking prospects. It's just, it's complicated. And, I'm not looking to talk much about it before things are resolved. I mean, I've gone so far as to say there's some potential to move, largely because they're unbelievably increasing the rent on this dumpster I live in. I mean, they've done it twice. They're not actually doing it a third time, but the fact that they've done it twice in the span of, well, like literally 2 adjacent months, just, I mean, it's not like the apartment itself is any better, but real estate is what it is, you know? This tile sucks, and I haven't been focused, and this tile sucks, are the 3 important things holding me back in my life right now. Maybe I just put that there. Look how almost good that is. It's not, but it's almost good. Yeah, this doesn't really go anywhere, huh? Oh, hang on. No, it matches field to house. God. Woof. Woof. Arf. Bark. Ugh. Oh, wait. I still need to close out this dumb forest, don't I? God, all these options suck. Why are you so mean? Whatever. I do need to build this forest slightly still. Not gonna make that easy for me either, huh? Whew. Come on. I move over the 4 adjacent tiles, like, more times, then, like, eventually it should work, right? Hold on, what is this? It says, over in the UK, you actually get taxed if you live in a house with more bedrooms than the government deems you need, meaning that families will get taxed while their kids are off at uni. Or they have a 3-bedroom house and 2 kids, but both kids are girls or too young to need separate rooms. It's most punishing to the poor, of course, especially families who rely on council housing. People be on the waiting list for a decade to get a house just for them to take a financial hit because poor families can't realistically uproot their families and move into smaller houses that don't even exist. That sucks. I mean, like, yeah, to be clear, I'm talking, like, pretty lofty goals. But, like, I mean, factor into that the fact that what I'm describing is, like, minimum great would be, like, 2-bedroom in the sense that one of the bedrooms would serve the function of an office. And I do literally work from home. Like, it is essentially an essential office space for my career. So, like, I don't know what kind of rubric they use in the UK for that, but, like, I don't think 2-bedroom in that sense would be, like, a necessarily unreasonable request. I mean, like, you could argue that I could, like, jam my desk in a corner, which I do now. It's not great. If you have a house, it would be nice to have your own space or whatever. I'll grant you that the 3rd bedroom is definitely, like, a nice to have of, like, it would be nice to be able to host people to visit, because most of my friends are, like, scattered across the country, and, you know, if one of them was going to be in the area where they would visit, it would be nice if I could just be like, and there's a room you can stay in, and the logistics are not complicated, and you don't stay on a couch like we're in college or something. mainly commenting on the whole millennials have killed guest rooms thing. I mean, I took that to be like an American statement. That just feels like an American nonsense statement to me to begin with. But like, yeah. I mean, if you factor that worldwide, something like that is definitely gonna hamstring the ability to have a guest room, right? Maybe? That seems fine. I really haven't done anything over here. Let's just do this. That's not what I want. That's definitely not it. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. Does this do anything for me yet? I don't think it actually does. Listen, I'm just gonna... Like, I would love to connect this to a house or something, but it's just gonna go here. Oh, wait, no, hold on. I mean, this also isn't great. I think I'd rather ruin this one that isn't particularly close to being resolved. Thank you for the bits, Demolition. Also, thank you for the gift sub earlier to... Was that Crit Twitch? Hold on, this isn't that hard to check. Sniper Justin! Thank you for that, Demolition. I was in the middle of saying something, and then at some point I was reminded of the fact that I wasn't actually playing the game that I'm playing and that I should look at that, and then I just sort of forgot. I guess this. 3 houses. 3 of them. 3 houses. Guess? Seems fine. I like this more. Perfect. Does this insanely specific tile go somewhere? Obviously not. Yeah, I know. Neko had mentioned that they made that change to the UK laws around the time she got kicked out of her house by her dad. I know you have mentioned that in the past, and I am sorry that that happened. You definitely deserve better than that, and I hope that you know that. This is not very good. This would be terrible. Sometimes people do need to be reminded of things that they already know, though. Like, I think we all have some familiarity with that. It's the opposite of where I would like them to be. Hold on, where is this still? Is this... Oh, come on. Why's it gotta be the opposite of whatever? Oh, thank you, Demosh. You really don't have to do that, but thank you for the 5 gift subs to 5 Santiago Ingvars. So... Donovan? I'm expecting that to be Donovan, but it's not quite, or it's spelled differently than I'm used to. Fortnite Kid and DG Gomez. I don't remember DG Gomez. We may be back into the just fully random territory of Demolition having gifted subs to literally everyone. Sure, have one of these. I mean, you have no control over the random... Is there even a way to do multiple gift subs and, like, declare any of them? My vague understanding was that if you gifted multiple subs, they were automatically chaos. This is something... I mean, I do eventually want to close out this forest area, and I only need 7 total trees. This is probably a good fit, honestly. 2 houses. I need that somewhere, don't I? I need that. Okay. This stupid railway thing. Look, this just goes here, and that's it. That's the whole... I mean, this isn't... None of this is particularly good, right? Oh, hang on. Oh, no, the far side's still broken. Yeah, I mean, there's too many houses for that to match anywhere other than here, so I'm just doing that. I need them tiles. Well, you know, I could... There's so many trees on this tile. Now, I could do this, which would make it impossible for the railway to go any further south than here. It does look kind of cool, though. And it does, like, match... Wait, it doesn't match on... Oh, that's a blank space. I really thought that was, like, a perfect tile, and I was excited about that. Michael also says, I don't remember whether I said, but I had the weirdest experience on Mother's Day. After months of not hearing from her dad, he showed up at the door asking to speak. She went out feeling anxious and just stood there, 300-pound custom leather Cthulhu gas mask, in silence, and then left with no explanation? Is he in a Cthulhu cult? Like, I know he has, like, kind of, like, a history with cult-like groups. Did he actually just literally join a Cthulhu cult? Yeah, I mean, like, that's, like, literally, like, a... That sounds like the trailer to a horror movie. I feel like you should be upset about that. To see the King in yellow? I mean, the King and John? I was wearing my King and John shirt earlier today. I try not to wear the same shirt when I'm running errands that I do for stream, because sometimes I get really sweaty because it's hot here in California. But I did also wear a green shirt today. Earlier today. Oh, I suppose technically this works too. I mean, honestly, I'd rather have the train go south, so this is fine with me. It's gotta go somewhere. It's not perfect on that edge, but it's a garbage dump over here to begin with. Alright, so I could complete this quest by just adding some lake tile there. That opens too many possibilities. I hate that. I hate closing off water tiles. I don't actually see it come up very often, but it makes me unhappy every time. Is there a way to connect all this? I mean, that doesn't look super great. I kind of like this. Do I, No, I'll leave that for lakes and the rivers I'm used to. I do kind of like this. We got, like, a weird, like, peninsula theme going on in the swamp. It's very, like, Florida. You got a cherry pie for Pie Day. That's fun. Don't forget to buy 2 pies for Tau Day. Is that a thing people do? In my traditional fashion of ignoring those holidays until people aren't crowded around them, I got a, Burger King sells what they call a Hershey Sundae pie, which is I mean, it's just, like, chocolate and, like, pudding. And it's not really a pie, because it's, like, not... It has, like, a crust to it. It's just kind of like a cold dessert mess, which is great. And I wanted it, and I had that today. I'm sure that's the thing Big Pie wants you to do. You're probably right about that, Cotillion. They're all about more pie days. Should tell the world about the more pie days. Where do I put this one house? I no longer need single house tile. He phrases very carefully, because he would maybe like to have a house. This garbage is not connected. I hate it over here. It's so bad. I'm mostly trying to close this area off. This doesn't really fit into that scheme, does it? Nah. Eh. I mean, I can complete a quest there, but the more important thing there is closing off the forest. You know what? I actually don't hate that. I mean, like, getting a perfect tile below this, where it's like 3 forests, a house, and 2 blank sides, sounds impossible, but, like, I'm probably gonna have to filler this in to end the forest. That's usually how that goes. Whether or not I like it, unrelated. So many fields. We've dialed back considerably on the number of fields, and I do appreciate that. However, I will still state for the record, too many fields. Too many of them. This is better over here. I feel like I want single forest tile. I mean, in theory, this wants something more specific. Basically, anything could go here and be just as useless. This, on the other hand... Alright, this single tile has too many fields, for the record. This is just, it's the wrong number of fields. Just gonna put that here. 3 houses. Almost. There we go. Connect them houses. Oh, good. Another one of this exact train piece. I'm almost regretting now not extending this with another insane inversion of that stupid thing. Well, you know what? If this is already going to branch, I might as well. Really need another, like, really hard angled thing to round this out so I can complete this quest without exploding my head. How many? Too many fields. I didn't notice when that comment was made. I assume that was the question. How many fields? Too many. Too many. Aw, look how much this doesn't actually fit the way I want it to. Isn't that lovely? Lord, don't want that. It's like a... around here, that's something about something. Three's Company. Yeah. Ooh, blank tile. I don't know if I have a home for a blank tile right now. Dude, this sucks. This area sucks. Why does it suck? I'm sure I'm responsible for it, but I hate it anyway. Okay, blank tile. Where on Earth? I mean, I guess I could, like... a single force tile also would have been good here, for the record. Oh, hang on. It's here. This is it. This is the spot. Wow. Wowzers. Any plans for spring, summer? I mean, I don't know. Like, move is possible. There's a lot of logistics with that. That, again, I'm not really going into detail until that's a more concrete thing. But because of the nature of rent increase and how much that cut into the, like, raise I got last year, which was, like, significant but not life-changing, and it was immediately undone by a single raise. Don't really feel the need to stay in this expensive area, so looking into that. I mean, like, normally in the past, my parents and I have done some kind of fun vacation thing around my birthday, since it coincides with the 4th of July very closely, and, you know, just typically a day off from work, federal holiday. On this particular year, I'm going to say that may not happen because of some of the logistics involved with possibly moving. So, like, yeah, I don't know. See a movie? I mean, I still have some spring plans. I did get tickets to the Sophie Ellis Bextor show happening in San Diego. Pretty excited about that. Not super excited about driving there or figuring out the logistics of staying there because I don't want to drive there in the morning, see the show, and then drive back at like 1 in the morning or something. That sounds terrible. But like, yeah. This is like an exact number of fields, isn't it? I mean, I guess I could put that here. Where else would I go? Demission says, my dad wants to try again for the Southwest this year. See Hoover Dam, Grand Canyon, Las Vegas. Well, I'm a big proponent of Las Vegas, as you probably know. When I go to Las Vegas, I don't think I do any of the things people are supposed to be excited about in Las Vegas, but that's kind of just true generally about the way I get excited about anything in this life. Man, this town sucks. Mulligan. You know what? This river system gets its own windmill. And it will never be seen again. Okay, so... Whoa, wait a minute. This is like really close to the tile I want. Close enough that I'm just putting it here because it is unlikely I'm getting the tile that removes those trees on that one edge and makes it fit perfectly. The other end of the spectrum, Cotillion says he hates Las Vegas. Now, Cotillion, how many times have you been to Vegas? I think I went on like a work trip a year or two ago? I'm not sure work trip is ever a particularly good indicator of whether a city is an interesting place to be in at all. But I don't know if you've done other stuff there. Not that anyone in particular needs to like Las Vegas to be accepted into this community or anything. In fact, as much as I tell people I like Vegas, but I don't know that I make a particularly hard sell for people to be like, yes, and you should do it the way I do it, or anything like that. That's kind of fun. That's actually pretty fun. We'll go with that. Got some tiles. Got some stupid idiot fields. Stupid idiot fields, the test name for Mrs. Fields cookies didn't go over well, to be honest. Tane says, Manny recently had 2 work trips to Vegas, have family there, and used to visit them. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. I mean, that's fair. It is miserably hot there, and if you're, like, not into anything happening, like, at the Strip, it does seem like it would probably not be, like, an especially interesting place to be. Ooh. Train, you say? Now... Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. There's not, like, a great place for the train to go, is there? I mean, I think this train lives in this little station until the hypothetical day we connected over here, because it has a quest to connect to 20 other train tracks, and that pretty much ain't happening anywhere else. I want to go back to LA for Disneyland, but money. Yeah, I mean, like, in all of the time that I've lived here in Los Angeles, I've been to Disneyland, like, not like 0 times. Broadly speaking, probably something like 5 or 6 times. And most of those were because I convinced someone to pay for me. Listen, I am pretty cheap as a person. I know that some people consider this to be like an innate character flaw, which I'm not going to try and argue. I consider myself to be a cheap person. I genuinely do. On the other hand, the flip side of the coin, I am also what you might call a cheap date. I do not have expensive tastes, so when I am extorting money out of people by being a weird friend and an awful son, I am doing it for, like, things that don't break the bank. I'm gonna put this here. Ting ting. Ooh, I needed this. Hold on. This goes exactly here, and I don't care if any of the other tiles match. Now. That's doable. Yeah, we all know that my mom's gonna come in chat and say, like, no, Vasco is an excellent son, and he's great at arts and crafts and the guitar. And I'm here to tell you that the actual perspective is that my mom is extremely kind, and I am a weird son who routinely will go to visit the parents and then be like, and then we will go to the restaurants I want. Now, granted, my entire family has a sort of history of just, like, having decision paralysis when it comes to doing that, but still, it just means that they pay for me to eat whatever I want, and they just deal with it. So, like, very self-serving. Nothing wrong with being cheap. I don't think that there necessarily is, don't get me wrong. I just know that there are people who are like, ooh, like a cheap person, blah. Oh, it's extremely kind of you to say, Neko, that I'm the kind of streamer you know. I'm gonna take that to mean that you don't know that many streamers, though. But that's mostly because of my low self-esteem and inability to take a compliment. But I do appreciate that, as I do try to be kind, but, you know, life is complicated. You know, for example, I did definitely yell at my landlady on the phone on Friday when they repainted the roof to, you know, cover a water spot in advance of that upcoming, inspection at the start of April, and she like texted me to be like, did he finish fixing the roof? And I'm like, now I'm gonna be very clear with you. I do not consider painting the roof to be fixing the roof. I do not believe that there is like a mold problem or whatever up there. I think the circumstances surrounding that water spot are complicated, and though I've had concerns in the past with some of them, I do not believe that there is a threat there. At the same time, if you're gonna tell me that the painter fixed something, I'm going to punch you in the mouth. So, like, my mom was even present when she, like, called me, and I was just, like, yelling at the landlady, like, now, to be clear, you are full of crap, and I don't like you. That's true. I did insist on buying my mom lunch, but only because she was trying to buy lunch for me, and she had just spent the day overseeing, like, plumbing work in my apartment, which sucked. That was inconvenient. So, and then we went to, like, then we ordered from Subway, which is, like, even though Subway's nowhere near as affordable as it used to be, like, it's still, like, probably one of the cheapest places you could, like, order food from. Other than, like, Little Caesars, which I would definitely have done, but, you know, my mom is lactose intolerant, and there are very few pizza places that do not upset her stomach, which is entirely valid and not meant as a criticism. Just that I may have, in fact, pushed for Little Caesars. Could I possibly get away with spending, like, $5 on a pizza because I'm just very cheap? Now, in fairness, that choice would not have been because it's the cheapest option available, but instead because it's close and I actually legitimately like Little Caesars. But the point remains that I may have made the cheapest option possible were an even cheaper option possible. Now, this doesn't blend super good. Oh, shoot. This also wants to close off? All right, fine. In that case, I'm just going to jam this here and start working on it. Maybe I just make a whole closed system out of this at that rate. Did not yell at her. He just clarified the ceiling had been painted and not fixed. That may be fair. I am not an entirely objective judge of when I'm being mean to people. At my last job, when I had to, like, routinely deal with what I'm going to politely call buttheads on a fairly regular basis. And I deal with unpleasant people at my job here, but not at the rate that I did at my last job. I would often, in, like, relatively high-stakes situations for the company, have to, like, run, like, a crappy email by my manager at the time to be like, am I okay to say this to them? I feel like I'm being too mean. And, like, almost always her response would be like, this isn't even mean. It's very professional. Just send it. And I'm like, yeah, but I, like, don't want to be mean, even though I do legitimately hate this person. Much like I hate all of these fields. What do I do with 3 houses? Nothing? Nothing. I need this to camp a forest or something? It's not gonna do it clean, like. You know what? This is as good as this getting. I've decided. Wait, what's still open? Oh, up there. Oh. Really tempted to just fire this off just to be done with it. I've decided to do it. Oh, 46, huh? That's a big wet quest. But what if the dams were touching? A hypothetical question that must be asked. Okay, hold on. So this is a 20 plus. Okay. It's not a perfect match, but it does feel like it belongs in this zone, so I'm gonna go with that. Do I need a little tiny baby curved river? I think no, right? Although, let's think about this. It's not completely impossible that I connect this water system together and close it up. If that's true, this connects this river to the other river and kind of fits the adjacent area. Don't you give me enough of these? Oh shoot, it actually just like goes right here? Well, that's serendipity, I guess. Alright, fully blank tile. Reasonable fit over here. We saw some inkling of like a good spot over here after placing the last one, or maybe I'm simply thinking of the fact that this one went over here. Man, have we not had just single field tiled? Weird. Don't cross the dams. No, they're not crossed. They're just touching. They're the Uber dam. It's Nietzsche's platonic ideal of stopping water flow or something. I think this just goes somewhere by that train station. Probably. It's like a lot of like fine places to put this. I don't think there's like... The closest is this, but that's just not happening. I do need something to cap this eventually. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this here. Wet tile. Big wet tile. Well, I have been waiting for that. So that goes there. It's perfect. Wow, really? Another 20 plus train tile? It's like actually, oh no, it's not exactly the shape I want. But, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be one of these, right? Like, we're not just letting this go indefinitely. I think it's gonna be harder to make this a perfect tile with this field garbage, so I'll ruin the top one because I think this is more plausible to get, like, a good tile on. We almost have something resembling a functioning rail system. I'm as surprised as you are. This is close to good. We've reached that point in the stream where it's past 9 and I'm like, I'm no longer as concerned about things being perfect. That's like fine. I mean, at some point, it's just gotta connect. Oh, that would be a very bad thing to do. Let's not do that. What about that? That's what I want. I want that. Someday this will connect. Houses. Water train station. Oh, water train station is coming up. Never not excited for a water train station. I forget if that's actually remotely close to the canonical name of it, or if that's just a weird Vascoism, because it does sound like a thing I would do. But I do appreciate that the water train station exists as the bridge between the two difficult to manage tile types. It's just like thoughtful and fun, and I appreciate it. I don't know, man. That's close to good. Yeah, I can't remember. I feel like it was... I feel like there's like some basis in what it's actually called as being like kind of close to water train station. Water train space station would be a funny name for a train station, but only if you also played Dorfromantik. So it may be a niche audience for that sort of joke. I don't think I want to expand this housing, because I'm kind of looking to close it off. This is a tough tile. I'm not gonna lie about that. Maybe we just, like... Yeah, I think that's it. I think maybe we build, like, another settlement out here. Really? Yeah, I think that's what I want. I think I want to, like, just use that for a couple extra trees and start, like, shaping where hypothetical railroad goes. Okay, where does this train station go? Like, we could put it somewhere around here. I think if the game went on perpetually, we might do that. It doesn't seem like it's extremely helpful here. I honestly am not certain it makes sense to put it in this water system because I'm trying to close that too. I could put it like here or here. Oh, but that ruins that. I mean, I could use this to no, that's not good either. I could put it here. That doesn't feel like it makes very much sense. Be useful as an end rail for the train. End rail for where, though? You like to connect the train tracks? You mean here? Or here? Near the wet flag? Actually, it's probably this, isn't it? This literally immediately completes 3 quests, and I've been waiting for something to join this for, like, ever. Like, this has to be it. I mean, wet flag is not bad, but I think we're considerably more likely to fill that space than this stupid one that has, like, 3 bad angle connecting ones. Plus, then, like, we get to pretend that this train station is, like, for this little town. Tiles. Okay, single house, many trees. I think that just goes left. I feel like we honestly might be on track for, like, our legitimate best game I've ever played. Which may or may not mean that we don't finish this today. I don't really know what to do with this train. Yeah, I know that a tile exists. Like, literally, the tile that we need is... I think it's essentially this tile next to it. Like, that would have solved the problem, but, like, we have gone much of this game without seeing a second one of those. So, like, the fact that it's relatively unlikely made me want to put the thing over there. For some reason, I kind of like this. No, wait, does this... Well, that wouldn't be good. That also is not good. How stupid would that be? There's like a whole train station right there, and I just like don't use it. The trains do seem really excited to be joined together. They feel like they're ting-tinging and choo-chooing very hard. I'm really annoyed about this, like, single train situation. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like really... It doesn't fit there, which I need something there eventually. Like, I could start trying to build a train out here, which is not the worst thing in the world. But, like, for some inane reason, I really like putting this here, and then like either finding an end rail or another train station or something, and then it's just like another maintenance area. Also, it like perfect tiles with like several of the tiles around it. Not obviously the field, but like, you know how train tracks be. Alright, this one's not perfect as the house already, but it's fine. It's still good. It's still good. Yeah, I like it too. Is this what I've been looking for? It's like almost. It's like almost that. Yeah, we're making good progress. I think for now, we'll just, like, keep building it out. Is this what I want? No. Apparently I need something really particular with whatever it is I've done to myself here. Just keep building the trees out. I mean, yeah, I guess we could keep building the trees out. What do we want here? Like, that? Both pluses, but this is a close off. Alright, fields. I have a place for this, which I'd forgotten about until I panned all of creation a moment ago. This tile, there's so much on this tile. I hate this tile. What's this tile doing? Yeah, I do think I need, like, if I want a perfect tile there, I think it's got to be like 4 consecutive trees. I think they're all in a row. They exist. They're not super common. We're being super conscientious about placement. It's true. I did sort of go... I think I said early in the stream that I just, like, decided I was gonna try really hard today. Because, like, the last time I played it... I think, like, the last couple times I've played on stream been, like, just super casual about it, which is, like, also fine. But, like, I haven't, like, had a good score in a long time, so... Let's give it a shot. Where's this stupid house go? Nowhere? Yeah, sounds right. It's just... this house sucks. It's trying to do too many things. Oh man, I don't think anyone in my chat cares about this, but I am a little intrigued. I've seen in like the past few days, like some comments about the Halo TV show, which I'm still not entirely sure why they did that. But like, I think there was like a statement by the showrunner that like implied that they thought that Master Chief was like a superhero alias, that they were like, in season 2 of Halo the TV show, we thought it was important for, like, John, whatever his name is, to reclaim the name of Master Chief by, like, appearing more in the armor. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah, it feels like it is a very, very related problem to the Witcher thing of, like, we just let some random person be in charge and they, like, clearly don't actually care about the source material. Like, this is like a blight on adaptation. Like, this is like a weird statement to make, but I'm going to say it anyway. I am actually a really big fan of the concept of adapting things. Now, that does not mean that I think all adaptations are good or done well, but I really like looking at, like, different, like, visions of the same thing and seeing how they're different and, like, what's relevant about them and that sort of thing. Like, that's really interesting. One of my favorite courses I took in college, and granted, keep in mind I went to a media school and I'm not a real adult. I got a degree that does nothing. But, like, I had, like, a course that was, like, the art of adaptation. And I'm not a big reader, but, like, because the class was all about, like, reading, like, works of literature and then, like, seeing, like, movie adaptations about them, I was just, like, enraptured by it. Like, I just absolutely loved that class. That class also gave us the amazing out-of-context quote from my professor, who was, like, a lovely gay gentleman, that Daisy Miller is a cock tease. Sick. Just like an absolutely wild thing for your professor to say. But it was Emerson College, so it does happen. Hey, we found it! It's that one tile I mentioned. Boing, boing. So, wet tile, wet tile, wet tile. Kind of? Doesn't actually help anything, is sort of the issue there. That's not great. Listen, I think if I encounter water tiles that don't provide some meaningful aesthetic to the southeast area, that I'm just gonna use them to just burn them to try and close this area up, because it's kind of a dumpster fire over here anyway, and I want those tiles. Oh, I actually do want this piece here. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, that'll go there. Big fields with little houses. Little house on the big prairie. Yeah, you don't really play nice, huh? That kind of could work. I accept. Some random houses in the forest. Weird curvy river. I don't know if I have any use for this river, realistically. There's not a lot of trees. You could, like, connect it to the forest, I guess. Doesn't feel like it benefits me to try and, like, and something here. It's just gonna require more tiles to close off. I mean, I could do this and, like, not wrap this around, and then if I ever find, like, some kind of endpoint for the water, just, like, pop it up there and be done with that. Although, I would still have to close off the train station, which I'm really hoping to do with, like, a train tile at some point. I don't know, man. I honestly think I might just use this for the trees. All these, like, random, like, forest tiles. Which is, like, a house on the backside of it. Ooh, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. That will make it feasible to close this off ever if for some reason I want that. Okay, so this is gonna go here. Somehow it's better here. No, I like this more. And rail bit. Now I could use that. Oh no, wait, I got a place for that. Hold on. That's honestly not even the worst. It's not perfect, but look at that. Got a little endpoint to put a little broken train if he needs just like a little bit of help. And now single field. I don't think I have further use for single field the way I did previously. I mean, I could do this and have like a little tucked corner for other blank tiles, which seems fine. Now, the problem is that this cool single rail bit that I would love to use. Oh, that's interesting. I did not think that was going to work. I mean, it would be great to put it here. It would also be great to put it here. But both of those things mean that I immediately fail that quest. Or, in this instance, 2 quests. I think the end rail is just to take that one guy home. You mean this guy who lives in the field? Could be. Anyway, I do think I'm putting this here. I don't know how I'm ever connecting this. It's feasible, but it sounds dumb. But that means that both of those quests are complete, which means more tiles for the tile god. And still not quite it, huh? Still not quite it. Oh no, this is the one I was missing before. And this is quite it. It's quite it. Neat. Does that mean that you're the tile god? You know what? I didn't think that through. I guess that's technically true, but I don't think I'm qualified for that position. So, no somehow. Don't I also have thing going on over here? God, I hate fields. Have I mentioned lately that I don't like fields? Yeah, this is a mess. I could use a single field up here, probably. Yeah, I did kind of a bad job over here. Also, this takes like 1 billion field tiles. How many is this? This is less. We're gonna work on this one. Yeah, I mean, I think I just want that. That seems fine. What is this? What's this garbage tile? What is this? Who's this for? Kind of close to being something, however not. So, yeah, if I do this, then that closes it, doesn't it? Yeah, those are the only two sides shown. I could probably find that. That feels a little wasteful. So what character creation is this? Dotion says character creator preset or has a preset name option of M Bison, and after 15 minutes created a cursed abomination of a human. Now, Demolition, I don't know if you're already aware of this. You may well be. But if you haven't heard of Monster Factory, I'm gonna need you to do a super deep dive and just watch all of Monster Factory now. Just gonna need you to come in on Saturday and watch all of Monster Factory. Monster Factory is a YouTube series by two of the three McElroy brothers, who basically just like do videos of like video game character creators and just make like the most grotesque, like inhuman forms possible and like give them names and backstories, and then usually play like 20 to 30 minutes of gameplay just to see how that character exists in the world and make jokes. It's really good. It's a good series. They have not been producing them as frequently as they used to, because it used to be like a partnership with Polygon, and that since ended, but they do occasionally release them. They made one like a week or two ago, and still good. Still enjoying that. Yeah, Truck Shepherd is real classic. There's just a fantastic moment where I think there's like a genuine sense of regret at the thing they created. A mistake was made. Like I said, I was literally just checking Monster Factory before you said that. Was that in response to Demolition's comment that it made you think of Monster Factory, or did you just happen to be watching like that recent Monster Factory or something? Ah, this tile sucks. Boo. Who earns? There, it goes there, and then maybe it connects to that forest if this game goes indefinitely. Wet tile, wet tile. Wet. This one's wet. I mean, I would love to use this here or here. I do think I'm gonna need that somewhere else. It's not great. I'm gonna put this here. May eventually reach a point where I can just like merge everything into like one water train station or something. Do I have a place that needs this? I feel like I do, right? I mean, that actually fits pretty good. It does mean that I'll need like another end station here, which is logistically very confusing and kind of amusing to me. Yeah, let's just put that down there. Oh, that's a big wet tile. You know what they say about that tile?
I might get wet down there.
Look, there's a reason that despite the fact that I keep my language PG, I never say that these are appropriate for children. does it go? Where does it go? Is it just here? Does it go here? I mean, it has to go in this area. It makes no sense to put this up there. But, like, I don't think I want this. Or, like, any of these. So, like, I feel like the most reasonable place to connect it is, like, here. And then if I ever connect with anything else, we got, like, a water tile coming up. I don't know if I need that up here. Would this... Well, hang on. No, that would require 38 additional spaces. It's not going up there. It isn't. We're not doing it. Fields. Oh, Lord, trees. Ah, geez, trees. Is this beneficial in some way up here? I do have like a weird tree. You know what? Done. Sold. Got a perfect time. Okay. So this... It's gotta probably go around here somewhere. I kind of want to do this, but that does open up a whole other tile I have to close off. So I think I'm just gonna do this. I think, unless... No, that's gonna require... I mean, I could put this here, and then just, like, connect a series of rivers between the two. But, again, before I can, like, properly close this out, I actually have 2 water train stations that still need, like, a train piece to connect to them in order to finish it. Your Factory did a bunch of great videos for Fallout and got referenced officially in Fallout 76. Oh, that's true. I did forget about that. Yeah, there's like a there's a lot of great content with Monster Factory. Not every single video is like the most amazing thing you've ever seen, because they've done at this point like a lot of the big ticket character creators. But I will say that it's worth watching the vast majority of them, especially if you haven't already seen them, because like there are many like completely unassuming games that just yield surprising results. I think this is technically the most practical thing to do. It's not super appealing, but I think I'm doing it anyway. No, wait, hold on. Before I commit to that. Would this tile connect those two? Because then I could put like... No, wait, if the water was here... I think that works, and then the field would be up there. I think that does, like, aesthetically look pretty good. Alright, I'm gonna bank on my, like, completely flawed visualization. Yeah. I mean, listen, it's still garbage. They were both gonna be garbage, but at least, like, the field seems intentional now. And it connects to the trees. Look, it's got like a vibe going. Is it the nicest river I've ever constructed? Absolutely not. Doing this. Just the end of some trees. Do I need that? Kind of need the end of 2 trees. 2 chains. 2 trees. It feels like there's a place that this should live, and I don't... Where it is. I mean, I could do that. It is neither the best nor the worst. It feels sufficiently intentional that if I can't think of a bit... Oh, wait, hold on. Better spot. Actually, reasonably likely that becomes a perfect tile. Not guaranteed, but reasonably likely. Oh, shoot. I need a gap on both opposing sides? Is that a tile that's possible? I genuinely don't know if that's a tile that's possible. I think that it is. Yeah, just extending it. Single tree. So, we still have outs to put this here. That's decent. That does create a perfect tile with outs to, like, at least another one. This also... No, that's got a field on it. Never mind. Also, pretty good tile. Also pretty good tile. Ooh. That one. I think I still need 2 houses for... Oh, I haven't thought about this lowly little house in a while. It feels like this is the house where a murder mystery takes place. It's on like an isolated island, and then the night of the incident, there's a big storm and boats can't cross the lake, and so everyone's trapped in the house. We have to find the killer before sunrise. Or it's like a nice lakeside cabin, but probably that murder one, if we're being honest. That's a Poirot story. I'm not surprised by that. I'm sure I've seen, if not like a direct adaptation of that, just like the basically same concept. Like, I can't think of specifically what it is, but like I've for sure seen that. Found it. Okay. Ooh. What? It just fits so nice. Is it practical? No. Do I have a second thing to follow up? Still no. Putting this here so that the trains have many places to go. Like, unless I need this over here, get pretty much unfettered act. Ooh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But it also is going to take like 1 billion more tiles. I think I'm just going to slap this over here. Now, I do have to be careful in that I want to leave space for this river to continue. But I think this is still fine. Alright, trees. Trees for the memories. No, wait, that isn't a pun at all. These are blank sides. Alright. I'm going to leave the door open for some extremely specific tile to be required here at some point. Like I said that she was going to heat up her cherry pie that she mentioned earlier, and Cotillion said that he would bring her 9 pies, 1 for each day, that's very generous. I don't think that Neko asked for that, just for the record, in case it comes up later. I don't think she asked for that. It's from one of Cotillion's favorite movies that I finally had occasion to watch not that long ago. It was a good time. It's called Defending Your Life, which may or may not still be on HBO Max. I have no way of knowing because I don't currently have HBO Max. Or at least I shouldn't. To be entirely honest, I haven't gone back to check since my cable lapsed. Is this not what I need? Do I need a straight piece here? I kind of thought I needed this, like, curve. Need, like, just straight railway bit. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. I'm just putting this here, because aesthetically it's... Oh, wait. That's also pretty good? That's also pretty good. It doesn't connect to this. It's also pretty good. I mean, they're basically the same level of good. I think I need this somewhere. No, I need slight... I need to angle, is what I need. This may be useful in Tree Town on the left. But I don't think it's what I need. What I need is a slippery pair of shoes. Okay, we've definitely devolved into the point in the stream where I'm just, like, chaining references that people won't understand. That one's a specific Twilight Zone episode for those of you keeping score at home. So that could go there. That sounds nice. Also, that's pretty good. It's unlikely that I'm gonna get... Oh, no, is it? Is it likely that I'm gonna get better than that? No. The tile below this will not fit in this space, which is what I was hoping for, but that doesn't make sense. Looks like it's not on max. That's wild! Because I feel like it was, like, just added at the end of last year or something, which is why I was like, oh, I will finally watch that movie you've recommended to me many times. And that wasn't that long ago, so the fact that it's already gone... I mean, it is HBO Max, which, again, you know, kind of like ruining the whole industry, and Wile E. Coyote while we're at it. I think this just goes here. Like, it adds to the forest, so it feels like aesthetically appropriate. Just doing it. Just doing it. I really wish I could put this tile here with one of the branches facing there. That's, like, for sure not happening. Where do I put this monster? We're very excited. What's happening? We hit 15,000. Oh, we did hit 15. We hit exactly 15,000. That's actually pretty wild. I kind of want to start like a useless little railway over here. Because I don't kind of have like a lot going on over here. I do have the field. But that's fine. I don't have to loop this all the way down and under. I could hypothetically connect that up to there at some point. For some reason, I always play this game as though I will play it forever, but like if I run out of tiles, I never do continue playing. Other than like one time on stream, we were just like goofing around. I was trying to like test the limits of how many trains it would let me put down. So, lots of houses, some... Wait, I actually need lots of houses, 1 trees. Now, unfortunately, that one side is blank, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little sick of looking at the blank spaces over here. So, I'm pretty likely to put that down. That's not actually very good. That's medium. I think we're just doing it. Okay, properly blank tile. Do we have a home for you? A lot of quirky little almost blank tile spaces here. I mean, like somewhere around here. I like having little patches of like undeveloped land or whatever. Like I says, I know some insane people on the leaderboards have scores over 1 million. Must be possible to play an infinite game. Do you remember someone, like a while ago now, showed up to like one of the streams when I was playing Dorfromantik? And I honestly think I have like a pretty good high score. I don't actually know what my true high score is in this game off the top of my head. But like I've had some like casual players come in and be like, wow, that's like a pretty high score. And honestly, like I don't really look at the leaderboards these days. Like back in the early days, I was like, wow, like I have ranked highly. But like now there's like a lot more users and I haven't paid attention to it in a while. But like there was some user who came in and was just like kind of like humble bragging about how great they were and how they had like basically like nearly endless games and things like that, and that they were like top like something top 50 in the leaderboard or something. And I don't mean to disparage them. It's just sort of like, cool story. I'm just going to put some tiles down. I like Dorfromantik. It doesn't happen to be my entire personality. But it is pretty cool. And, you know, they gave some insight on, like, how they prolong their games and stuff. And that was pretty cool. Even though it was, like, more or less what I figured. Still kind of cool to have that conversation. Sometimes I take an unnecessarily snarky tone to just, like, recount a thing that happened. It is a personality defect. This tile looks pretty suck. This is, like, one of the most, like, filled-in space, like, boards I think I've ever made. This really might be... It may not end up being my highest scoring game. I genuinely don't know. But this might be, like, the coolest thing I've built in this game. It's just pretty cool here. I don't know what to do with this garbage. Ooh. Close. Now, we do run into the problem that really probably need to wrap up the stream pretty soon. I guess we're, like, kind of close to running out of tiles. If we get, like, a big influx of tiles, maybe we'll, like, somehow preserve that for later or something. I don't know. Maybe just here? Like, I'm trying to keep a path open for the river. Sniper Justin says, just wanted to share real quick, since I know you're a One Piece fan. After watching one episode of the Netflix One Piece, my sister and I decided to start watching the anime. Reached episode 29 so far with Sanji, and it's so awesome. Why didn't we watch it when we were kids? That is awesome. I really appreciate you sharing that, Sniper Justin. But, like, legitimately, like, I know that, like, going back to the conversation about adaptations and the fact that I'm like genuinely like really intrigued by them. I had pretty low expectations going into Netflix One Piece. It is shockingly well done. Like, I have only the minorest of gripes with it, and it is like like One Piece is the type of thing that feels like it's unproducible. Which, like, there are relatively few things in the history of time that I would say are like unproducible or even like borderline unproducible. And it's like pretty much like Ready Player One, and I know they did make a movie, and it's all right. It's not terrible. I don't know that it truly captures the feel of that book, but it is a book that ties like directly into your sense of nostalgia and isn't actually like a super good book. And yes, it is one of the, like, 12 books I've read in my life. Thanks for asking. But, like, you know, that had, like, all these different intellectual properties. One Piece is just, like, it's bonkers, man. It's like a banana sandwich world. And, like, they just did it, man. Like, if you have any curiosity about One Piece, like, I legitimately would recommend that, like, a casual interest in One Piece start with Netflix One Piece and then consider the anime, because, like, it does the one thing that One Piece struggles most with, which is be concise with good pacing. If One Piece has one weakness, and it has a few, but if it had one, its chief weakness is pacing. And, like, granted, part of it is the benefit of, since the Netflix One Piece adaptation starts from the very beginning, that is from, like, God, how many years ago? I was, like, in high school when they started bringing it over, so it's a few years older than that. But, like, so they have a pretty clear idea about, like, the story from that time period. It's pretty well settled. The real wild card, and this is a tangent, is, and I think I've mentioned this on stream, is that, like, I believe it is also Netflix that, like, inked some deal to adapt the One Piece anime into a One Piece anime, and that's not a joke. To my understanding, that is an actual thing that's happening. And again, my understanding of that is that we would be adapting the kind of occasionally meandering One Piece story with the benefit of hindsight into a more streamlined and coherent thing. Now, all of that said, One Piece in its purest anime form, still amazing, as Sniper Justin is experiencing with his sister, and that rules. That's awesome. It was being very kind to me. My mom, of course, rushes to my defense in chat to say I've read way more than 12 books. Obviously hyperbole. Not by as much as probably should be true. But the thing is, I just, like, I don't have a lot of interests in reading. I mean, like, I do have an interest in creative writing, but, like, almost always in the context of, like, a visual medium of some kind. Like a video game or a movie or, like, a graphic novel or something. So, like, yeah, I've consumed a lot of media in those forms because that has, like, appealed to me. Just, like, literally, like, prose, like, in a book filled with text. Like, I am a super slow reader. I have, like, pretty high natural, oh, the word has escaped me. Retention is close. It's not quite the word. But, like, I remember a lot of the thing that I read, but I read, like, ridiculously slowly. So, like, I don't really enjoy just reading a novel most of the time. I will do it occasionally if I get legitimate sounding recommendation from a reliable source. But it doesn't happen all that often for the reasons listed. This tile sucks. Get out of here. I do hypothetically want to close off this town at some point ever. But yeah, Neko had also said that based on my creative writing alone, she believes I've read more books, which is technically true and very kind, but also I don't like reading, so like not that many books. This is nothing, right? Specifically not a thing. I don't know, man. Doesn't look like anything to me. Yeah, we're doing references again. I don't know what made me think of this. I read not that long ago that the Seth MacFarlane created Talking Teddy Bear series on Peacock, Ted, the series, it's like has been like the #1 rated like comedy program on streaming for like months, like really quietly, like no one's talking about it until like a couple people started like posting that on social media. That's wild to me. I generally like Seth MacFarlane stuff, and I mostly enjoyed Ted. I wouldn't say it's like super great. Like you may notice that I had mentioned it on stream and like didn't like recommend it super highly or anything, because like it's for a certain audience and I don't particularly know anyone in that audience. It has a few like really good jokes. It has some good jokes, and then there's some weird stuff in there, which, you know, Seth MacFarlane, pretty much par for the course. But I just find that fascinating because I wouldn't expect that at all. It's a series now? Yeah, 2 movies in a series. Heading to bed, Pritchard. Thanks for stopping by. I probably should end soon. We're now past 10 p.m. Pacific. We do still somehow have 13 tiles, which I think just means that I haven't placed a single tile in like 10 minutes, which may also be a good indicator that I should not still be playing this game. I would like to place this particular tile, and then maybe the next one, because I think it is actually a perfect tile for something I've been trying to do for a while. Where does it go, though? Where do I put this tile that I don't like? Probably shouldn't go over here, because I'm trying to build a stupid train track over there. Like, that's not particularly good either, to be honest. That's not really it. You know what? That actually looks fine. Because I can merge the field over there or something. I don't know. And then I want this to go here. Because it is exactly what I wanted. And I'm just going to check to see if this is also like a perfect tile for one of these forest areas, which I don't think it is. Yeah, that one needs a house anyway, so that's not it. No way. For real? Wow. Been sandbagging those, huh? Really? We were at 15, 15, 15? That's a good score. That's gotta be good luck. Or bad luck. Or something. Have something to do with this? That's not really good. Nah, that's not it. I don't know what to do with this. Doesn't feel like it plays particularly nice with anything. Maybe we have like a fun little lake up here or something. I don't know. Yeah, this is already kind of like separated from the rest of the forest. We could build the forest up from there. I'm gonna place just this one last tile, and not because I'm genuinely addicted, which I really don't think I am, but I feel like if I return to this, which presumably I will at some point, starting with a water train station into an all fields tile will be much easier to like wrap my head around than trying to figure out where on the board this goes. If you stop, you lose this luck. I mean, I don't think the luck is indefinite. You aren't addicted. You can stop whenever you want. You just don't want to. Now, the funny thing about that is that is equally true and a fallacy. Like, there are, like, things in this life that I am not addicted to, that I could stop and choose not to, even though it may occasionally present, like, some low-level addiction. But then, of course, there are many people who do struggle with addiction, and they might say something like that, and it's less true. But yeah, if you're intrigued by the weird concept of the TED TV series, you could watch it on Peacock, which would presuppose that for some reason you have Peacock, the streaming service, which I happen to, but again, I'm not sure I necessarily recommend to anyone, unless you really like Ted and or the TV series Traitors, which is quite good. The current season of Traitors, which I'm episodes behind on, is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life. Because, so briefly, Traitors is like a social deduction game made into a reality show, which will mean enough to, I think, most of chat. I think most of chat knows what social deduction games are and doesn't require further explanation. However, the weird thing is, I've seen multiple iterations of this show, including some done in different countries. And they mostly follow a similar kind of pattern, although they've all definitely played out in distinct ways, the ones I've seen. However, the current, like, US version does have a former Bachelor from the Bachelor franchise on it, and he is kind of known for being like a little bit of an idiot, and he's unbelievably competent at the game. He's literally the best player I've ever seen at the game of Traitors. But he's still kind of an idiot. Isn't the detective show starring the woman from Russian Doll on Peacock? It is. It is called Poker Face, and I still haven't watched it. I also still haven't placed this last tile. Any suggestions, chat? I mean, I could tie it to here, or... I mean, I could do this. This looks good. This looks good. Nico says, Vasco, thanks to your streams, I've made the best friends I've ever had, improved my mental health drastically, and I'll be visiting America again soon to attend my first wedding. Oh, I didn't realize Haggis's wedding would be your first. That's a lot of fun. I mean, obviously fun to visit America and go to Haggis's wedding, but, like, that's especially cool. I didn't realize that. Your streams have made a huge difference in my life. Thank you so much for sharing that, Neko, and I'm glad that that's true. I mean, I really like to think that, in my own small way, I'm able to make a difference in the lives of people. Like, all I've ever really wanted is to, like, make people happy. And I had always sort of figured that the way I'd be able to do that is through my storytelling, which is how, you know, ended up coming out here to Los Angeles and trying to do that. But, you know, it didn't really work out the way I had planned it. But, you know, I've found a lot of fulfillment in doing Twitch content after I no longer had the time to make, you know, slightly more prepared, edited YouTube content by having, like, full-time jobs and stuff. And, you know, it certainly makes me happy to think that I'm able to make a difference. Like, I know it's not saving lives in a traditional sense, but you never know what you need until you need it. Unless you're that guy from that specific Twilight Zone episode I referenced earlier. Arcadius is going too? I didn't know that. That's gonna be awesome. What was it? There was something I was watching recently where, like, multiple people who were, like, in their early 30s, like, all said that they had never been to a wedding. And, like, there's nothing wrong with that, but, like, it just, that felt really weird to me because of how many weddings I went to before I turned, like, I mean, like, let me think about this. I feel like the big wave of weddings ended with, like, my brother and sister, and they were both married in, I think, 2014? Which, yeah, I mean, like, that would mean that, like, most of the weddings that I had been to, like, before I turned 30. Like, and, like, I don't know, I'm always super keenly aware of how many weddings I've been to, not, like, by a literal figure, but just by the fact that, like, since I was 6, like, the thing that I wanted for myself was to, like, have, like a life partner, like a spouse. Like, I never went through a cooties phase. Like, I was in, like, first grade and I had a crush on a girl and, like, wanted to marry her. Like, I'm a weird guy in a different kind of way. And so, like, I'm just, like, very keenly aware of the fact that, like, so, like, a really high percentage of people that I was friends with in, like, my early 20s got married at, like, a relatively young age. Like, most of those friends were, like, a couple years older than me. Like, the friends I made when I moved out to Los Angeles. But, like, the point just being, like, they were still pretty young themselves. And I'm out here just being like, come on, man. 2013. All right, I was close. But, like, the math still relatively stands based on what I said. Like I says, I don't think we have cooties in the UK. I only heard of that sort of thing in The Simpsons, and it's still strange. I mean, I think maybe the specific term cooties is, like, an American thing. I would not... I mean, like, cooties is sort of just the concept that young boys and young girls don't relate as easily to the opposite sex because they have limited life experience and think that someone who's different from them is icky because they just, like, don't understand the things they like or whatever. That's, like, all cooties really is. I mean, like, sometimes people will, like, frame it like it's, like, a literal disease or something, but, like, that's all poetic license for weird, goofy people. But yeah, I don't know. This feels like a relatively good place to leave off. Can we go to the main menu? How do I, say, oh, my high score is 23,000, huh? That is actually a pretty high score, isn't it? I mean, it's only, like, 64,000th place or whatever. But, like, considering that I haven't recently gotten anywhere close to that, and after what I feel is, like, an extremely good game, I'm only at 15,720. That's, like, a pretty good score. I really don't remember doing that. Hoping for an infinite stream. I mean, someday we might just do an infinite stream. At one point, I was, like, researching, I'm just gonna leave Dorfromantik music on because it's really unimposing. At one point I was considering, because I was, like, doing research on, like, things I could do with the Stream Deck, and, like, I forget exactly what it is now. I don't think it'd be that hard for me to find it if I wanted to set it up. But, like, I wanted there to be, like, the thought I had was, like, a channel point redemption where, like, I put a timer on how much I'm going to stream, and it's, like, a pretty small number to start with. And then, like, you can spend some number of channel points for me to, like, essentially, like, press a button on the Steam Deck, and it just, like, increments the counter. Like, you can add, like, 5 minutes at a time or something. And, like, obviously I'd have to put some cutoff there because Demolition would try to kill me just for the memes. Not a judgment. Like, I respect it, but you would try to do it. But, like, it's just kind of like a fun idea of, like, I mean, like, maybe it's like a comically small increment. Like, you can have, like, 1 minute or something. But, like, the idea is, like, there's definitely a way that I found that you could, like, display a timer on the screen, and then, like, I would just, like, have a button. And there may even be, I mean, especially with the weird trigger fire plugin I found to make Return to the Past work for April Fool's Day. Like, there may be a way to like, literally just have that go straight to the overlay. But, I don't know. I don't immediately have any ideas of how to implement that or something. But on that note, Dorfromantik, I hope you've enjoyed it. I mentioned earlier in the stream, and I guess I'll mention it now because there's a few more people, and some of them weren't here at the beginning, I think. Is that, like, when I was going live today, I had the, like, really bizarre, asinine idea. We dropped frames twice this stream. Why did that happen? I noticed the one. No one said anything about it, but we did drop a few frames. And then we dropped, like, an almost equal number of them later on, and I didn't see that happen. But I had the idea that, you know, like, I've been struggling to, like, find time to, like, set up the stream deck. And I was like, I don't know, sometimes people like troubleshooting streams. We could do a set up this stream deck stream. It's really meta. I don't know that it's actually very interesting. But we could do that. Maybe I'll drop that on the Discord. I know not a ton of people came up. I think some people, like, just aren't super interested in Dorfromantik. I think Dorfromantik's a great game for chatting. Even though I don't particularly multitask. I just sort of phase in and out of being really focused in chat and playing the game, which I don't think is, like, abnormal, necessarily. But, like, yeah, there's some people who might have opinions on that who did not make it to the stream tonight. Some people may be doing St. Patrick's Day Eve, or whatever. Yeah. Relaxing streams are nice. I have definitely had the thought that, like, if I could somehow, like, make partner and be sufficiently good at stream, that, like, if I was doing it full time, I'd probably have at least, like, a slot in the schedule per week that was just, like, a not stress game. It would just be relaxing day. Yeah, that's why I'm wearing 4-leaf Clover Yoda shirt. Is because of St. Patrick's Day. Which is today or tomorrow? I've goozled myself. I no longer remember. I looked this up. I think it's tomorrow. Isn't it Sunday? Isn't that the thing? That's why they're doing the whole, like, weird... I've seen this marketing campaign. Yeah, it's tomorrow. I was really confused about this for a while, because I've seen these ads that were like, SPE, buy alcohol! And, like, that was, like, all the context, because we have to streamline all the ads down to nothing, because everyone just pays money not to watch ads. There's been a weird ecosystem that we've created for ourselves in terms of marketing and products and business. But corporations are not our friends. But the point being that, like, for months, like, I feel like starting last year, I was seeing these ads that were literally just like SPE and then, like, a bottle of tequila or something. And I'm like, I couldn't understand less what that means. And then I, like, finally saw, like, a full form version of that commercial, and they were like, St. Patrick's Day Eve, because nobody wants to get super drunk on a Sunday night. And I was like, that's what that is? Okay, I guess. Like it says, I always understand St. Patrick's Day as a drinking holiday, so I don't typically remember it. Yes, and yes. Even though I am Irish, I don't typically pay much mind to it, because it's like mostly for drinking. One of the experiences created a problem and solved the solution. Yeah! Again, corporation's not your friend. They just want your money. One of the only, like, really distinct St. Patrick's Day experiences I've ever had is the first year I was in college. Again, not one to pay close attention to when St. Patrick's Day is. So it just kind of happened. But I realized in hindsight St. Patrick's Day because the next morning when I went to the, like, like dorm communal bathroom to just like use the bathroom or brush my teeth or something. I think it was like right at the start of the day. Someone had just like they invoked the gastrokinesis totem from Sam and Max Save the World to like a really extensive degree in the sink and then did nothing about it. To put it as politely as possible. Corporations, not even once. Yeah, there probably are St. Patrick's Day Krispy Kreme donuts. I've had like a lot of desserts and not a lot of exercise in recent history. Those things didn't actually overlap. I had a lot of desserts when I was still exercising, and I haven't had much exercise this week and haven't had a ton of desserts. But I did have that pie that was basically just pudding with chocolate on it.
Yikes forever.
Yeah, the sink incident was gross. It was real gross. It was like an especially like viscerally unpleasant gastrokinesis as well. It wasn't subtle. It was bad.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Anyway, it's like super late. So why don't you all see if you can find a Squirtle? To round out the stream, we play a guessing game here where everyone in chat tries to guess where I've hidden a Squirtle. It's typically under or behind or somehow visually concealed by some stuffed animal that you can see. If you can already see a Squirtle, that Squirtle is not a secret. That's essentially the only rule. There's some soft rules, but those are occasionally broken. And of course, it's worth noting that if you are able to locate a secret Squirtle, it will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days, which may be particularly pertinent with tomorrow being St. Patrick's Day. And let's not forget our most recently added emote, a lucky Squirtle. So, like, I honestly didn't think people would be super psyched about the St. Patrick's Day Squirtle, but when I had the idea, it just seemed so perfect. He's a lucky Squirtle. Like, what else would we do? Gonna call Squidbeard. Ooh, a bold choice. I did, if you weren't here at the end of last night's stream, when I revealed the locations of various Squirtles, I did indicate that, like, a Squirtle had been hiding under Squidbeard for months, and no one had guessed it. It's a cheeky guess, but I really like it. So let's gather these guesses. Okay. Was there an early one? Did I miss one from you, Neko? I don't think I saw it. Oh, no, here it is. Oh, Neko also guessed Squidbeard. I missed that. I apologize. 2 cheeky guesses. So Arcadia's guessed are Hamster Bravo. We got Squidbeard guesses. Easter Bunny, Winnie the Pooh. My computer's doing something weird that I do not love. The Pooh. What was that other guess? Demolition? Cat. Okay. Cats. Alright. Let's start here. We got this. We got our winter cat friend. Brought out of cold storage. Not hiding a Squirtle, but hiding a little Easter Bunny friend. Yes, Bunny Butt. We got a tag in the way. Bunny Butt is one of my sister's emotes. You can join her for Fun Day tomorrow when she's streaming Chance of Sonar, which is a great game. Which you may already know if you've seen me play it, which I did on this channel. Arcadius had guessed underneath our Fuzzy Valentine's hamster. He's a cute little guy. There might be a Squirtle. And, there is. Had a couple guesses under our rabbit ear wearing and Easter Bunny holding Winnie the Pooh. He's very round and fluffy. He's a very good boy. Also Squirtle. Miss another one. We have Squidbeard. And indeed, he is hiding the smallest Squirtle. I thought I was being really clever because I'm like, no one will expect me to put him right back under Squidbeard immediately after pointing out how long he'd been under Squidbeard. And two people were on the same wavelength. The hamster is very good. Did I miss one? I feel like there might have been one other guess, and I'm not thinking of it. Does VascoDaGamer have pet rabbits? I mean, not currently. I don't think my sister is big on the concept of pets. Pets aren't like a big DeGamer family thing in general. Although, ironically, brother DeGamer is currently in Southern California acquiring a new dog. Last guess was under my hat. That's true. I mean, you want to see if my hair's holding up after wearing stream hat? It's honestly doing pretty good. I mean, it's a little squished from the hat, but I've had like several decent hair days in a row, which is like not... It's usually horrible. I've really taken to just like consistently wearing the hat just so that if I do have a bad hair day, like I don't have to like try and deal with it before going on stream if I have like limited time. Yeah, I know. I kind of... Like, I honestly don't think my hair is, like, thinning at, like, a particularly alarming rate, but, like, something about growing it out has made me aware of how, like, thin it is up top, and I think that's why my entire life everyone has always said that I look good in hats, and I mostly don't get any compliments on my looks if I'm not wearing a hat. That's not exclusively true, but it is nearly true. And I think these two things have aligned and have now given me a complex about how thin my hair is. And to be clear, my hair's kind of always been thin on top. So I've just, like, always dealt with looking like a character actor villain from, like, some children's live-action show or something. It's very kind of you to say, Nego. Nego's been in a very kind mood today. I don't know if it's all the Squirtle luck flowing her way, but she's been very kind, and I do appreciate that. By the way, I don't say these things to fish for compliments. Just... I don't know, on a psychology dump after... Dorfromantik is one of those games that just, like, gets me, like, opening up about, like, real stuff or whatever. Ocean says his brother's also thin-haired and went the Uncle Fester route. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna end up with the monk ring, as I've heard it referred to. That's not good. I honestly don't think I would look good bald though. I think I just unfortunately am not an attractive looking person. And again, I'm not fishing. I don't get... People don't typically respond well to me visually. So obviously I put myself out there in the visual medium of live stream. Might be because you slept well. You know, sometimes that'll do it. That will do it. Alright, I'm gonna go before I start, like... Like, I just, like, feel like I'm gonna inadvertently try and get everyone to say nice things about me, which is definitely not what I'm trying to do. Just for real being honest. But yeah, I appreciate that you guys don't care whether or not I'm wearing the hat, and it's more for my benefit, because there are a lot of days where it's not cooperating like it is today. Does it look good? I don't know. That's for you to decide, and me to find out. But thanks everybody for watching, thanks for being here, thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. To be honest, I don't know if we'll start Corn next week. We might do like a filler. We might play some more Dorf, or wait, what's next week? Next week is... Yeah, we got 2 weeks until Easter, so next week is still stream. The following week is probably not stream. We might start Corn. We might do more Dorfromantik. We might do a third thing, like setting up the stream deck or something stupid. But yeah, we should, unless something explodes or literally or figuratively, we should be back next Friday with the start of Season 2 of Sam & Max from Telltale, which is called Beyond Time and Space. I'm so excited for that. The villain in Season 2 of Sam & Max is so good. I mean, no, I'm not even going to preface it with anything. It's just so good, and you're gonna find out. So... Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And I hope to see you again soon. Take care of yourselves in the meantime. And until I see you, remember that you are Closet.